We do indeed have some breaking news. This comes a day after a difficult couple of days on Capitol Hill in both the House and the Senate for Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary. She is being replaced. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen is now going to take over her job. The president making the announcement on Truth Social just a short time ago. He writes, quote, "I am pleased to announce that the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Mark Wayne Mullen, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security effective March 31st of this year. The current Secretary, Kristi Noem, who has served us well and has had numerous and spectacular results, especially on the border, will be moving to be special envoy for the Shield of the Americas, which is a new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere that they're announcing on Saturday at Doral in Florida. The president says, "I thank Kristi for her service at Homeland." So this comes amid reports that the president was none too pleased about the advertising campaign money that came to light during these hearings, Sandra. And so just in the last 24 hours, we've heard a lot of rumors that Mark Wayne Mullen may be tapped for DHS, and now it appears the president has made that decision, and that's going to happen at the end of the month.
Yeah, there was some reporting leading up to this that this could be the case. No confirmation had been made by the president himself until now, but there was reports of frustration inside the White House over some of the actions taken on the part of Kristi Noem. Looking at the announcement, though, and looking at the touting President Trump does of Mark Wayne McMillan's record, 10 years in the U.S. House of Representatives, 3 in the Senate. The president says he's done a tremendous job with the people of Oklahoma. As the president pointed out somewhere, he did very well. So obviously this is breaking news. Just now, President Trump making the formal announcement that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem will be replaced, John.
Will, and also the president taking note of Mark Wayne Mullen's status as a former undefeated professional MMA fighter, also the only Native American in the Senate. Let's bring in Jackie Heinrich. She's at the White House. The timing of this, I guess, was a little bit of a surprise. We didn't expect it quite this soon, but it was certainly expected.
Well, John, this president has been reluctant to shuffle his staff since really early in his second term when he moved National Security Advisor Mike Waltz over to Ambassador of the UN. Since then, he's kept all of his folks sort of in position, weathered whatever criticism comes their way. And Kristi Noem, the DHS Secretary, has faced a turbulent period in the last few weeks amid the fallout, the response to the ICE deportation campaign in Minnesota, some public statements that she made. And then most recently this week, her testimony on Capitol Hill, there were reports that her defense of her campaign, her ad campaign, $200 million in spending that prominently featured her sometimes on horseback, claiming that the president, according to these reports, had approved of that, reportedly upset him. He wasn't happy about giving the impression that he had sort of authorized that amid this broader administration effort to root out fraud. So she's being moved now into another role. The Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas, a new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere that they're announcing on Saturday. The president's been, defensive of Kristi Noem for the last several weeks as she's faced questions about her ability to carry out her duties. He regularly pointed to the success closing the southern border, the fact that there have been no illegal immigrants caught and released into the interior of the U.S. for several months, the fact that overdoses and murders are at historic lows, and pointed to those successes to sort of boost her up and defend keeping her in place. But it seems like that testimony on Capitol Hill might have been a turning point. There were also some reports that FEMA funding that was stalled suddenly came through after questioning. And so this is a rapid development, of course, and something we didn't expect until potentially after the midterms. This is a strange time for the president to make that major of a shakeup. But there was, sort of the writing on the wall after he elevated Tom Homan, his border czar, to take a more prominent role in the ICE deportation campaign. It's well reported that there's been a long-standing rift between Homan and Noem about how this should be handled, sort of the firmer approach versus the softer touch that Homan went in and sort of cleaned up amid all of that public scrutiny over what transpired in Minnesota. Of course, the policy still stands. The president's policy and the goal of deporting any illegal immigrant in the country and certainly prioritizing those who are guilty of crimes does still stand. But the president faced questioning about how much he wanted to defend her. And it seems in the past few weeks that that patience might have worn out.
Yeah, a little bit more about his replacement seems to be how when President Trump made the announcement, the focus seemed to be on his record, Jackie. This is somebody, obviously, he's putting his full support behind in making this announcement.
That's right. And Markwayne Mullin is very well liked. He does a lot of TV. He's articulate and, certainly has a lot of relevant experience. Haven't had a chance to read through everything in this very long truth, darted up to the camera as soon as we saw it come out, or make any calls to any other officials to find out more of what has gone on, sort of the background thinking that we might not know from all of the reports that have surfaced. You tend to read that kind of thing, especially when, in newsletters, with a little bit of a grain of salt, and wonder, sure, you might ask a question of an official or two, but you don't necessarily take it as, Bible verse. So we certainly need to find out what the president's thinking was, and if it was that testimony in Capitol Hill that changed his mind, if Markwayne Mullin, some quality of his made him better positioned for a new policy objective. We still have to get those answers from them. But from just a first blush read of this news, and looking back to the reporting of the last several weeks and months that was critical of Kristi Noem, this is what we know right now.
Yeah, well, you mentioned his numerous television appearances. He was sitting right beside me yesterday. He's always happy to come over and chat with us here. Jackie, thanks so much. We'll let you gather some more information. Chad Pergram joining us now from Capitol Hill. He's got more on the senator and his qualifications to be Homeland Security Secretary. Chad.
Well, you have to think about somebody who would be confirmed in the Senate. And usually the Senate looks at people who are one of their own, somebody who is known, even if you disagree with their policies, as somebody who's pretty confirmable. That we don't know yet. Chris Coons, the Democratic senator from Delaware, just a couple of moments ago, said when he was asked about Markwayne Mullin and whether or not he thought he could do the job, he said, we'll see. But he said it would be hard to, to do any worse, basically, than Kristi Noem, at least in the eyes of Chris Coons. This is something where this is going to be a safe seat in Oklahoma, where they could appoint somebody. You're not going to, change the vote matrix in the Senate there. It's going to be a Republican, and they're not going to, have any problems probably getting reelected, in a special election or whatever they would have to do. But they have to get through that process of confirmation. You might remember that really for quite a period during the second part of President Trump's first administration that they had acting Homeland Security secretaries. And I think at the end of the day, we'll look back at those two hearings in both the Senate and the House of Representatives the past couple of days on Capitol Hill as not even the camel that broke, the straw that broke the camel's back, but kind of a hammer. I mean, it was pretty obvious to some people on Capitol Hill that Kristi Noem was probably living on borrowed time. But again, Markwayne Mullin, who's somebody, he's close to the president. He's somebody who is dialed in closely with the Senate Republican leadership. And, it would not be surprising to me to probably have a couple of Democrats who might vote for him because they like him personally and they view him as an honest broker. He's somebody who has worked across the aisle. However, you might have some people who question his temperament. You might remember a couple of years ago where there was a witness, a labor union witness testifying, and he challenged him to a fight. Markwayne Mullin is a former MMA fighter, and he actually took his wedding ring off and jumped across the dais as though he was going to fight him. And, they restored order, and Bernie Sanders, who was the chairman of the committee, admonished Mullin. So that might be a strike against him. But again, generally, I want to come back to people who are in the Senate. They're usually people who they can confirm without too many problems. And keep in mind, they don't have to get 60 votes to break a filibuster on a high-level nomination like this for a cabinet secretary. They just need a simple majority, the way they changed the Senate precedent several years ago, guys.
So I told you guys many times, I plan a show and I'm all set to go and something happens and I got to pivot really quick. So obviously something happened with Kristi Noem. And everybody in the media, they're all running out there and they're saying she's fired. Now, I'm 65. And I'm sure some of you guys are as old as me or maybe a little bit younger. But I want to ask you something very direct, and you can answer it in the chat, but just be honest. You don't have to say why or anything, but have you ever been fired from a job? When you're fired from a job, even in a corporate setting, I'm not talking about, at Luigi's Pizza or whatever. I'm talking about if you've ever been in a corporate situation and you're fired from a job, what happens? Well, they ask you to come downstairs and, we got to talk. And there's going to be a room someplace. And while you're downstairs talking, they're upstairs cleaning your shit out your office. And they're like, Fred, we've decided to part ways with you. And in parting ways with you, here's your severance package if you're owed one. And good luck. Don't come back. Security takes your badge. You're done. So, was Kristi Noem fired? When I think of somebody being fired, let me see. I've got something queued up for you guys. You guys may want to see. If somebody was fired, truly fired, even someone who celebrated firing people with a television show and basically had a mantra, and that mantra was, "You're fired. Get out." I want to show you something that happened literally minutes after she was fired. Nobody's talking. I just let you hear 9.5 minutes on Fox. 9.5 minutes. And nobody talked about this. Let me just show you something. All right, 9.5 minutes. They talked about her being fired. And while she was being fired, she was allowed to go on stage, 1 second here, and make a speech as a official government employee in her capacity. And I'm like, I've never been allowed to speak if I got fired from a job. If I got fired from a job, they pretty much said, have your way, get out of here. We don't need you anymore. Give us our security badge and we're done. This happened right after she found out she was fired. And no one's talking about this.
But also firmness sets an example for how we want all Americans to live their lives. So just thank you for that, and know that we pray for you, that God will have his hand on you and your families and continue to bless you as you do your work. Listen, I'd like to thank everybody who's hosted me today. I know we've got a host of leaders that are here. We just met with Vince backstage a little bit and talked with him a little bit. Tony obviously has been very helpful. Michael, who is from the New York State Chief of Department, Mark Ross, Craig Miller. We've got Craig Lally as well. And then the Chicago Fraternal Order of Police Recording Secretary Rob is here. And then Rochester Police Locust Club President Jeff is with us as well. But would you give all of those individuals who stepped up into a leadership position a round of applause for what they do to bring everybody together?
And so I only show that. I mean, that speech, just to let you know, went on for an hour. A complete hour after she was fired, she was making an official speech at a podium, under the banner of the government of America. I don't know. I've never gone and gotten fired, and they say, but before you go, can you go ahead and make this speech? No, it doesn't happen that way. And so I told you I had something planned. And let me give you an idea what I have planned, by the way. 4 o'clock, President Trump is going to be hosting the Inter-Miami soccer team from here. They won the championship, and you're going to see Lionel Messi, hopefully. But I'm sure he'll get a ton of questions. I hope somebody actually asks him a question, did you fire her? But that's going to be at 4 o'clock, and we'll move into that. And of course, the Democrats are taking their victory laps. Hakeem Jeffries, a scumbag that he is, he posted this. Kristi Noem is gone. Pam Bondi is next. Keep the pressure on these extremists. As if he had anything to do with what happened. He's actually on television talking right now. I don't want to hear it. Because as far as I know, she wasn't fired. She was reassigned. You could say she was demoted, but she wasn't fired. So now I'm going to segue into what I was planning on talking about today. And I'm going to ask you guys something. Did you hear about this? You see, today, the very first ever America's Counter Cartel Conference was held where? Down here in Miami, 90 minutes from Cuba. The America's Counter Cartel Conference. Under President Trump's leadership, the Western Hemisphere is united against narco-terrorism. And all these people are down here in Miami today. Guess where President Trump's going tomorrow? To this conference about the cartels and the Western Hemisphere. They're already down here. I'm going to show you. I was amazed in 9 minutes of them talking. They didn't seem to understand what the hell, what's the special envoy, special Avengers thing that she's going to be doing. I'm going to show you. I don't know. I am not in the Oval Office, but something isn't quite what it appears here right now. And I understand I run a Trump channel, but I know how this guy, he'd toss you out on your ass if he wanted to get rid of you. He wouldn't send you down to work with the Avengers here at the something called the America's Counter Cartel Conference. Interesting. Very interesting. Now, let's look specifically, without me doing any sort of summation, I want you to look specifically at what he had to say. He meaning President Trump. I am pleased to announce that the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Markwayne Mullin, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security effective March 31st, 2026. I'm going to stop there. So if Markwayne Mullin doesn't become the secretary until March 31st, 2026, who's going to be the secretary of DHS? I don't know, for the next 25 days. I've never been fired, and they say, "Just can you stay? Can you stay along? We're going to fire you, right? You're done. But we need to bring your replacement, but he can't get here until the 31st of March. We just want you to hang out." So I get access to the computers? Yeah. I get to keep my badge? Yeah. But I'm fired at the end of the month? Yeah. Anybody ever go through that? Ever? I'm just asking. I'm not putting anything out there. I'm just asking a direct question. If you've been fired, did you have complete access to your office, your staff, your pay, your keys, your badge? You had all that while you've been fired? Okay, just checking. Let's continue. The current secretary, Noem, who has served us well and has had numerous and spectacular results, will be moving to, not fired, moving to something called the Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas. Even the people on Fox were like, what in the hell is the Shield of the Americas? I ain't never heard of that before. Donnie, you're just making this up. There ain't no Shield of the Americas. They didn't even mention it. They read right through this and didn't even understand what they were saying. Our new the Shield of the Americas is our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere that we are announcing tomorrow down here in Miami. I thank Christy for her service at Homeland. Now she's moving into a different role because she's going to be working with these guys right now, which I just showed you. She's coming to Doral tomorrow to be with these guys, the America's Counter Cartel Conference. News didn't even mention this. The news isn't even talking about it now. The news doesn't even know what the hell it is. They're scrambling now to figure, wait, what the hell? Whoa, what's going on here? What is this thing Trump is talking about? I don't know nothing about it. All right, let's continue. Now he goes into Mark Wayne Mullins' history. He served 10 years, yada, yada. He's all great. He's great. And everything else is the only Native American in the Senate, yada, 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 yada. And that's it. He didn't say that whole rest of that paragraph of everything he wrote was just talking about Mark Wayne Mullins' background. He didn't say anything else in there about Kristi Noem. He didn't say she was fired. He didn't say I tossed her out on her ass. He just said she's going to be moving into this thing called the Special Envoy of the Americas. What's it called again? Let's get the right name of this. Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas. And nobody on television even thought to ask, what the hell is that? You see, most of these people are no different than you. They have access. They don't write the stuff they say. The camera's in front of them. They're looking at a teleprompter and they're just reading. They don't know any more than you, and they're not taking the initiative to dig in. The Panicans, the Black Pillars, the idiots on X, they're not taking that initiative to go, well, wait a second. She's not going to be in a cabinet position, so obviously it's some sort of demotion, but you don't fire somebody and then let them hang on for, 3 weeks. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe you work for somebody who said, you're fired, but you can hang out with your security clearance and do whatever you need to do, have access to the computers, blah, 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 blah. Nope, it doesn't happen. And so while they're talking about Mark Wayne Mullen, who incidentally, as you heard from Fox, won't need 60 votes, all he'll need is 51. He's a shoo-in. He's from Oklahoma, so they're going to be able to nominate and put somebody in Oklahoma. No big deal there. So if there's no big deal with his replacement in Oklahoma, and there's no real contention that he's going to get confirmed, what's the bigger story here? The bigger story isn't them trashing Kristi Noem. The bigger story isn't Kristi Noem potentially sleeping with Corey Lewandowski and doing the dirty deed. The bigger story is what they're trying, isn't that the fact that she might have lied and said she spent $200 million and Trump knew, because if you lied to him, you'd be gone. The bigger story, in my estimation, is what I'm going to show you, because I think that when I show you everything I'm going to show you, this is what's most important. The media doesn't want to focus on it. I don't blame them. I don't blame them, because what I saw today and what I saw yesterday, my head went bam. And I realized you guys are chasing your friggin' tails while this guy is doing all these different things for America. It's amazing. So I'm going to get into that, and we're going to get into the show. I may have to cut it and move into the event that happens at 4 o'clock, which I'm sure he'll be taking some questions. But before that, we'll go ahead and talk about it. So let me talk to you today about today's sponsor. We'll get into the video in like 60 seconds. Can you remember a moment when your body just didn't heal like it used to, maybe after getting sick or pushing yourself too hard physically? What went through your mind? What's one thing you've noticed about your body changing as you've gotten older? How has that affected your approach to health or your recovery from whatever it is you're going through? It turns out the secret to healing, recovery, and resilience isn't just luck, it's stem cells. Those are your body's built-in repair crew. They're the little guys that go in and fix stuff. But as we age, they slow down. Your whole system slows down. Fewer cells, weaker signals, slower recovery. That's exactly why Qualia stem cell was created. Your cells are powerful. Make sure they stay that way with Qualia's innovative new stem cell formula. You don't have to accept slowing down. It's not a given. Help your body renew itself by reactivating the systems that keep your body moving, healing, and thriving with Qualia stem cell formula. You only need to take it 4 days a month, preserving your body's regenerative capacity over time. So if you ever felt like your body just doesn't bounce back like it used to, whether it's after a tough workout, SV playing paddleball, getting sick, or just the wear and tear of life, this is for you. Qualia Stem Cell was designed to support your body's natural repair systems, helping you heal, recover, and keep going strong. And right now, you can try it for up to 50% off at qualialife.com/Barry. And here's a bonus. Use the code Barry for an additional 15% off your order. That's qualialife.com/Barry. Your body's built to repair itself. Qualia just helps you do it that much better and quicker. And a big thanks to Qualia for sponsoring this episode. So let's get into the actual show at this point.
One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet whom millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
President Trump is demanding that he be personally involved in selecting Iran's next leader. It was a brand new interview that the president did with our CNN analyst, Barak Ravid of Axios. The president said he must personally be involved in selecting Iran's next leader and that choosing the son of the late supreme leader is unacceptable to him. Quote, "They are wasting their time. Khamenei's son is a lightweight. I have to be involved in the appointment just like Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela. Khamenei's son is unacceptable to me. We want someone that will bring harmony and peace to Iran." I want to get straight to CNN's chief international security correspondent, Nick Payton-Walsh, who is live in Tel Aviv. What do you make of those comments, Nick?
I think it's interesting because it potentially informs us as to one of the reasons, perhaps, that the process of selecting the successor to the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been slow. There have been suggestions we might be seeing infighting internally, despite a lot of the publicity that was given around the succession plans Khamenei put in the event of his death. We are still day 5 now, not clear who is in charge of Iran. But I think there's also possibly here, particularly with the comparisons to Venezuela, a slight insight as to the president's grasp of how hard line a lot of what he's dealing with Iran indeed is towards the United States, or perhaps lack of grasp. It's a totally different situation to Venezuela, where he is clearly admitting here that they had a direct influence on the choice of Nicolas Maduro, the former president's deputy, to take.
You see, they don't get it. Everything you're seeing right now, they don't get what President Trump is doing. They don't understand. I find it to be my job to try and keep you up to speed as to what this battle plan looks like. The battle plan that he is openly telling people, but for some reason they don't want to listen. Okay, you're going to go in, we're going to take Maduro out, and we're going to go ahead and take over the government. We're going to put somebody in. Oh, you can't put her in. She was one of Maduro's hardliners. And we got this. Hey, we're going to go into Iran. We're going to take him out, and we're going to put in a government there too. We're going to hand pick who. Oh, you can't do that. Okay, watch me. And I just want to let you know, tomorrow, where this conference is down here, is literally 90 miles away from Cuba. And we've already heard him say, Cuba's up on the menu. I might want to get a taste of Cuba.
Well, Cuba's doing very badly. They're failing. Cuba right now is, to put it mildly, a failing nation. And I've been hearing about Cuba. I said before, since I'm a little boy, I've been hearing about Cuba, and everybody wanted to change. And I can see that happening. Marco Rubio is dealing on it, and at a very high level. And, you know, they have no money, they have no oil, they have no food. And it's really right now a nation in deep trouble, and they want our help.
So President Trump, I forget that was last week sometime, he moved so fast. He talks about there being some way or what shape or form that they're going to take over Cuba. And that's like last week's news, so nobody's talking about it today, but it's still happening. You see, everything he's doing is in regards to the Trump doctrine. I put up a poll earlier, so we must have some new people here, and I said, are you familiar with what I told you about the Trump doctrine? And so I know my time is tight here, you know, if he's on time, but if he's not on time, I want you to hear this. If you haven't heard it before, you're going to be surprised. If you have heard it before, be prepared to go, it's starting to make sense. Sometimes we have to watch things again because they come through, you're here for an hour, 2 or 3 or 5, and as you're watching these things, oh, that's pretty cool. But then you forget what you learned a couple weeks ago. And right now, as I show you this, you're going to pull back and go, I remember when Barry talked about this, and damn if I don't see it happening in real time. Not Kristi Noem and Mark Wayne Mullen and the Democrat. Watch what he's doing. And I sit back sometimes and I'll talk to Ashley or Robin, and I'm like, how come people don't see this? He's not even bluffing. He's like, we're going to do this, and I'm going to pick the new Ayatollah, or not. Because we're going to put democracy in, but we're going to have a new government there, and then we're going to go head over to Cuba. We're going to do it there, and he's coming to Cuba, actually, Miami, tomorrow, with all the firepower and generals, and now Kristi Noem. And nobody, I'm watching television, nobody's talking about this. So let me give you a quick refresher. And if you haven't seen this before, you're going to see something nobody else is talking about. Something happened yesterday that I bet you nobody told you about. I bet you nobody anywhere on any podcast even talked to you about this. And I feel at this point we are looking at, as I'm going to begin calling him affectionately, the breadcrumb president. I think he lays things out there and says, go look, go find out, go see what I'm talking about. And there's all kinds of panicans and teetering MAGA who keep saying, I haven't seen anything happen. Nothing is happening. Well, it's happening. You may not be looking in the right places. So I'm going to show you a wormhole of sorts that opened up yesterday. I started talking to you about the whole matrix effect and what we were seeing with Venezuela. This kind of dovetails off that. If you didn't watch yesterday's show, you need to go watch it, because I'm going to be adding on to that with what I'm going to show you this morning or this afternoon. Now, you're going to have to remember maybe sophomore year in high school. You're going to have to dial it back. If you're a boomer like me, you're like, wow, you're going to take me all the way back to 1977, 1976. Well, if you're my age, that's when you were a sophomore in high school and you were taught this. And probably had no idea or no care, like I didn't. It didn't mean anything to me. You probably had no idea what this meant. And you definitely had no idea that President Trump would be talking about it. And right now there's people in the chat going, what in the hell is Barry talking about? So, imagine me being your high school teacher. I'm going to bring you back to 1977, 1976 if you're my age. If you're younger, then it's a lot different in age, but you were probably taught this in high school. And while you were slipping notes to chicks, or on the other side, ogling a guy, or, playing with your hair, or we didn't have cell phones, but we probably all missed this. We probably didn't pay any attention because it didn't matter to us. So I want you to pay complete attention to what I'm going to show you. I want you to take some notes because we're going to refer back to this. So without further ado or holding you off, I want you to listen to this.
In the 1820s, European empires were still expanding. They were eager to reclaim colonies and to assert their dominance over the Americas. At this time, a young United States decided to take an aggressive stance with a message to the world: hands off the Western Hemisphere. This was the Monroe Doctrine, a groundbreaking declaration that not only shaped U.S. foreign policy, but also redefined America's role in the world. The Monroe Doctrine was a foreign policy statement delivered by President James Monroe on December the 2nd, 1823. In his annual address...
You heard that. December the 2nd, 1823. Yesterday was December 2nd. December 2nd, 2025. Oh, this is getting a little eerie. On the very same day, what I'm going to show you is probably going to give you like goosey bumps. And nobody talking about it.
Address to Congress, Monroe declared that the Americas were off limits to new European colonization and interference. It was a bold move, essentially warning Europe that the Western Hemisphere was under U.S. protection, and any attempts to recolonize or interfere would be seen as a threat to American security.
Any interference in the Western Hemisphere, didn't say the United States, anywhere in the Western Hemisphere, if you interfered, it would be considered an action taken against the United States. So now you're starting to see something here. Wait a second. Yeah, more.
But what led to this strong stance? There were several key events that inspired the Monroe Doctrine. First, many Latin American nations were gaining independence from Spain and Portugal during the early 19th century.
I'm going to have to keep stopping like your high school teacher here. He just gave you a little breadcrumb there. Many Latin American nations were, ruffling feathers. Latin American.
U.S., as a young nation itself, sympathized with these new republics and wanted to protect them from European recolonization. Second, the European powers, led by the Holy Alliance of Russia, Prussia, and Austria, were working to restore monarchies and prevent the spread of revolutionary ideals. There were concerns that these powers might intervene in Latin America to help Spain regain control of its lost colonies. There was also fear of Russian expansion along the Pacific coast of North America. Russia had already begun establishing outposts in Alaska and was moving southward, raising alarms in the U.S. What were the key points of the Monroe Doctrine? First, the Americas were closed to any new European colonization.
All right. Number one in the Monroe Doctrine is you can't come over here. Interesting. No colonization. No sending your people over here. We're close to it. Goosebumps starting to pop yet? Oh, they will. They will be popping.
Secondly, European nations were warned not to interfere in the internal affairs of countries in the Western Hemisphere.
Notice how that was phrased. You are warned, don't FA with any country here in the Western Hemisphere. Not just America. Don't come over here with your stuff. Don't F around, or you've been warned you might have to find out. This is the Monroe Doctrine that was put out on December 2nd back in 1823.
Thirdly, in exchange, the US promised it would not interfere in European affairs or in existing European colonies.
All right, don't mess with us. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. That's pretty much what it said. We're neutral. We're not going to get involved in your stuff. As long as you don't mess with us, we're not going to mess with you. Which is completely different than all of the other presidents combined have been talking about. They always wanted the forever wars. They wanted to be in Ukraine. They wanted to be over here in the Middle East. But President Trump's like, no, I am the peace president. Don't F around with us, we won't F around with you. Hey, Iran, stop. If not, boom. Okay, well, now you got the message. I said that on December 3rd, 2025. Seeing what he had been saying, I said that on December 3rd. I couldn't believe after I went back and watched this, I'm like, the only way I knew, I'm not Nostradamus, I didn't have a crystal ball. He told them. And sure enough, boom, just like I said. I'm just going to go back to the Monroe Doctrine.
Why was the Monroe Doctrine important? It laid the foundation for US influence in the Western Hemisphere and promoted US expansion. Also, it is important to note that over the years, the Monroe Doctrine would evolve. It would evolve to fit the needs of the US and the changing geopolitical environment. While initially aimed at preventing European interference in Latin America, it would also be used to provide justification for US territorial ambitions.
Ooh, so wait a second. You're telling me that this 250-year-old document is basically telling everyone, the world, don't FA, and we won't have to find out, and at the same time is emboldening us to make sure the people here in the Western Hemisphere, Latin America, do what they're supposed to do. You know, we're here to make sure that the Western Hemisphere is ours. That's not a negotiation. We declared it 250-something years ago. Our president, Monroe, came out and told the world and everybody out there, this is us. Greenland, everything over here in the Western Hemisphere, you're done. Now think about that from the perspective of what you've seen presidents over years do. Ignore the Monroe Doctrine. Pretty much just let it fade away into darkness like it wasn't important. Until that one man decided, I kind of like this doctrine. And it's something I can use right now with what's going on in the world.
Between 1840 and 1860, the Monroe Doctrine would influence Western expansion. It did so by reinforcing the idea that the Western Hemisphere was under American influence and control.
Two words. The Western Hemisphere is under American influence and, you have to understand that conjunction there, and control. We control the Western Hemisphere. Yeah, I slept through history back in the day when I was in high school. I would have never known this. What time's practice today, man? I don't know. Well, I don't know what this guy's talking about. These people are all dead. And now, as an adult, looking at what's happening around the world and what's happening here, I'm realizing this stuff actually mattered. And you know that President Trump is an ardent student of history. And I bet you he has surrounded himself with other people who are voracious and looking at historical documents. what can you and what can you not do as the President of the United States? Well, one of those things is we're going to do tariffs because we're so rich. We had tariffs. Oh my God, he's doing tariffs. He's doing all this kind of stuff. He's doing historical precedent. I can't imagine that the Supreme Court is going to overturn this in terms of the tariff argument. But this, nobody's looking to overturn. It's been sitting right there, probably collecting dust for 250 years, where we had so much power that we said to the world, this is ours. Talking about empirical. Talking about a country that decided, no, we're just not United States. We're not North America. This is all of our domain. And I never knew that. I never knew that we put a flag in, boom, this is us.
The support of the belief in manifest destiny, the US would quickly expand and swallow up large areas in the West. The Monroe Doctrine would evolve again in 1904. At first, the doctrine was more of a defensive statement, but in 1904, President Theodore Roosevelt added the Roosevelt Corollary, which gave the doctrine teeth. The corollary asserted the U.S. had the right to intervene in Latin American countries to stabilize them.
I'm sorry. The Roosevelt room, I thought they were talking about Franklin Delano Roosevelt. I didn't know how much influence Teddy Roosevelt had, Theodore, with President Trump. Did you hear what they just said? Maybe I intervened too early. I want you to hear this, okay? Okay, what did Teddy Roosevelt do differently than the presidents who preceded him?
Larry asserted the U.S. had the right to intervene in Latin American countries to stabilize them.
He created the Roosevelt Corollary. That's an important word. Remember that word as we go forward. And write it down and say, what the hell is Barry talking about? The Roosevelt Corollary. He added something to the Monroe Doctrine way back. It said, hey, listen, we now have the right to go into Latin America and make sure they're not effing around. And if they're effing around, we can take some action. Not my words. Not Barry making stuff up. This is actually our history. I'll let you hear that one more time so you can understand what Teddy Roosevelt did way years before President Trump.
The corollary asserted the U.S. had the right to intervene in Latin American countries to stabilize them. This justified numerous U.S. interventions in Latin American affairs and cemented U.S. dominance and aggression in the region. During the Cold War, the doctrine would be revived to combat the Soviet influence in the region, leading to U.S. involvement in various Latin American countries' affairs and even coups.
So it has been used in modern times. There was a guy who decided he wanted to use it in Latin America, and they put a bullet in his head. He was just driving along with his wife on a nice sunny day, and he was, deploying what was given to him by virtue of the Monroe Doctrine and the Roosevelt Corollary. And I'm going to get rid of this dude Castro here. And his brains got blown out. And then here comes in 2024 another guy who probably had told some people, hey, I got an idea. I got an idea here. And they tried to do the same thing to him on a nice, bright, sunny day. You starting to see these parallels? So, as I was watching that, it starts making more sense when you see everything that's going on. I understand that what's going to happen here, President Trump is going to come on about 4 o'clock with the soccer team. I'm sure he's going to have questions. And then also Pete Hegseth has scheduled a press conference as well. So we're going to be here for a while. So get a hot dog or some popcorn. I got a whole bunch to tell you. So I'm going to break into the next segment here. We're not going to do any commercials. Let me just jump into this next segment. I want you to see this. This woman, excuse me. Let me go down here first. This is Delcy Rodriguez. Delcy Rodriguez is the interim, I guess he's calling her the president now of Venezuela. Delcy is doing a great job in working with U.S. representatives very well. The oil is beginning to flow. Like I told you yesterday and the day before, yes, this whole thing with Iran is about oil. Get over it. That's what the world needs. We're going to control it. The oil is beginning to flow, and the professionalism and dedication between both countries is a very nice thing to see here in the Western Hemisphere. And then she wrote, the actual Delcy herself wrote, I thank President Trump for the kind willingness of his government to work together on an agenda that strengthens binational cooperation for the benefit of the peoples of the United States and Venezuela. Notice that the Democrats and the media don't talk too much anymore about Venezuela. It was, oh my God, I can't believe you overthrew Maduro. And now it's like it's working out, so we can't talk about it. And so they're all focused on Iran. Like, just hold on, just wait, see what happens. Understand what's going on in the world, understand what's going on in the Western Hemisphere. And so I wanted to show you this. This is a speech with Doug Burgum and Delcy Rodriguez.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes. Estamos aquí. Palacio de Miraflores, ha mejorado el día, secretario. Le hemos dado la bienvenida al secretario de Interior y además responsable de todo lo que tiene que ver con el Consejo de Dominio Energético de los Estados Unidos. Le hemos dado la bienvenida para abordar aspectos muy importantes de nuestra agenda, que tiene que ver con agenda en el área de la minería, de los minerales metálicos, de los no metálicos, los estratégicos, los no estratégicos, y mañana estaremos también revisando la agenda.
So in case you missed that, in addition to the oil that we're taking out of Venezuela, Doug Burgum went down to talk about taking out some of the rare earth, taking the minerals out. And she's all smiles. Thank you, I get to live. I don't get to have the discombobulator. Whatever you need, let me know. Western Hemisphere, yes, I'm good with this.
Energética que ya habíamos iniciado con el secretario Wright. De verdad nos complace mucho su visita, la delegación que lo ha acompañado, representantes tanto de la Casa Blanca como... ¿Va a haber traducción? Sorry. Perdón.
No, good afternoon. It's a great day to welcome you here today to Miraflores Palace, to welcome Secretary Burgum and his delegation to touch on very specific and very special subjects regarding mining, regarding strategic minerals, traditional minerals, and all the opportunities of work we're developing and working jointly here in Venezuela.
Quiero igualmente agradecer al presidente de los Estados Unidos, Donald Trump, que en medio de nuestra reunión escribió un post, bueno, saludando lo que es esta agenda de trabajo entre el gobierno de los Estados Unidos y el gobierno de Venezuela. Como lo habíamos mencionado y resaltado, el gobierno de Venezuela está a la disposición para, a través de los canales de cooperación, abordar agendas concretas que beneficien tanto al pueblo de los Estados Unidos como al pueblo de Venezuela.
So she's very happy. It's going to benefit both of us. We're all going to get rich. Venezuela, you guys have all this oil. What in the hell are you doing being poor? What? Oh, Maduro was stealing all the money. He had a deal with China. He had a deal with this country, and your people were eating dirt. Let me show you how you can all be wealthy. You got an unending supply of oil. There's no reason why your country can't be like, instead of like Magagaza, Magaways-Laysla, whatever you want to call it down there, off the coast. President Trump is spreading a message of prosperity that is freaking out the Democrats. And so they're going to focus on the Epstein files, and they're going to focus on Kristi Noem because they can't focus on the bigger picture. And I think it's incumbent upon you guys to make sure you're looking big, much bigger, in terms of where President Trump wants to take things. And he understands, take this opportunity now. We got plenty of time to deal with the midterms in 2028. By the time that comes around, we're gonna hold Venezuela. We're going to hold Cuba. We're going to be doing something in Iran where we're picking the leaders. And the Democrats are like, wait a second, he's moving too fast. We can't even talk about Venezuela right now. He's sending boys down there to just, hey, go ahead and cut a deal, take some more stuff out of Venezuela. And she's like, yeah, I'm very happy. I'm very happy. The feed is coming up on the soccer thing, so I'm going to probably have to cut this short before this happens, before President walks in. But I got a lot to show you, so don't go anywhere. Let's continue with this until he walks out.
El secretario también ha venido acompañado de una nutrida e importante representación empresarial.
So I would like to also take this opportunity to salute and thank President Trump for his post, which he did just as we were meeting, both delegations were meeting, and he sent us a post congratulating us and saluting the work we're doing together. And yes, we're here working together in everything we are going to be working on in the future in a joint manner, building a cooperation relationship.
Y como hemos conversado con el sector empresarial privado que acompaña al secretario Do, hemos intercambiado información sobre los flujos de inversiones para Venezuela.
Investment flowing to Venezuela. She must have been completely surprised. I mean, completely blown away. Wait a minute. You're going to bring the country money and I get to be the president somehow? Yeah, you're the president, honey. Understand, we run this stuff. We control the entire Western Hemisphere, but we can let you hang out.
Sobre nuevas tecnologías para desarrollar el sector de la minería.
And yes, we've been discussing all the sectors of mining that we're going to be developing, the joint ventures that are going to be happening.
And new technologies.
And the new technologies.
Work on the new technologies from the companies. Y que podamos nosotros también intercambiar. Estamos a las puertas de la presentación, secretario, quería informarle, estamos a la puerta de la presentación del equipo económico al Parlamento venezolano de una ampliación de la ley de minas.
Yes, we're about to present to the mining law a new ampliation, a new widening of the mining law in Venezuela.
Lo cual estaremos haciendo en los próximos días y queremos pedir la colaboración de todos los diputados y diputadas de la Asamblea Nacional para actuar con celeridad, que nosotros podamos presentar al pueblo de Venezuela, a los sectores empresariales nacionales e internacionales las oportunidades de inversión y desarrollo en el área de la minería.
And we call upon all deputies of the National Assembly to work diligently so that we can present the reform of the law we're going to do so we can start working together to bring investments to the country.
We're going to work together to bring investments to the country. I'm watching Scott Bessent walk into this meeting with the soccer team, bringing investments into Venezuela. She must have sat down with everybody and like, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this. Here's how this is going to happen. All this is ours. We're going to control it. We'll protect you. And we're just going to make everybody wealthy. Not just like how Maduro had it. All you guys, the entire country is going to prosper. The message of prosperity is absolutely huge.
Queremos, secretario, que los modelos exitosos de la ley de hidrocarburos estén también presentes en el sector de la minería.
And we also like to have every success model that we implemented in the hydrocarbon law in the new mining law.
Y que están inspirados justamente en una fórmula virtuosa, que es la fórmula ganar, ganar, donde cada parte que venga a Venezuela a invertir gane y que el pueblo de Venezuela gane, para la felicidad social de nuestro pueblo, para la atención y la protección social del pueblo de Venezuela y para invertir en infraestructura en el país.
This law is inspired in all the new winning collaborations we're going to have so that the people of Venezuela will benefit from all the investments that were going to come.
Secretario Doc, nosotros queremos dar un gran impulso al desarrollo nacional, que el pueblo venezolano vea también los atributos, las cosas buenas de tener buenas relaciones en el mundo y de tener buenas relaciones con los Estados Unidos de Norteamérica.
We're here to champion development of Venezuela so that the people of Venezuela can see the attributes of a good relationship and good understanding and working together with nations, all nations in the world.
Así que le damos la bienvenida en esta visita que será de 2 días. Este primer día yo diría que está 20 sobre 20 y mañana también cuando abordemos la agenda energética sé que vamos a marchar muy bien.
You know, it's weird. I'm looking at some of the people in the chat and they can't accept it. I'm actually watching people who think that this is bad, that using the Monroe Doctrine, now the Monroe Doctrine, to expand America and American values across the Western Hemisphere, they think this is bad. Tells me the Democrats have been very, very good, and also the rhinos have been very, very good in brainwashing people for so long that they can't even see. They can't even see what's in front of us. They can't even see what the plan is that President Trump is actually doing. None of this, none of what you're seeing is supposition. Every single thing I'm showing you, you can actually look yourself. You can go read the Monroe Doctrine. You can see what it was all about. You can read the Roosevelt Corollary. You can go on the website and read the Trump Corollary so you can see what his plans are. You can see what he's doing in Venezuela. You can understand what he's doing or going to be doing in Cuba. You can see all of this happening, and there's still people who are like, oh, I can't believe this. I can't believe that this is what he's actually doing. Prosperity's bad. Oh no, not prosperity, anything but people making money.
I'd like to welcome you on the first day of this 2-day visit. We know we're getting top marks on everything we've done, 20 out of 20, and we are sure that tomorrow as well, it's going to be a fantastic, fabulous day for the work we're doing.
Así que bienvenido, agradecemos a la embajada, a la encargada de negocios, Laura Do, que ha hecho un trabajo intenso con su equipo de trabajo junto al equipo del gobierno de Venezuela para que su visita sea un éxito. Bienvenido.
Welcome, Secretary. Welcome to the delegation. We'd like to thank the Embassy of the United States and Charge d'Affaires Laura Do for all the work they've been putting together to make this visit a successful and productive visit. Welcome.
Muchas gracias, Madam President. It's so wonderful to be here today at this beautiful palace on this beautiful day in the beautiful country of Venezuela. And we're here today for really only 2 reasons. We're here because of the courage of President Donald J. Trump, and we're here because of the collaboration that has already been established under your leadership.
There's one other reason you're there. You're there because of the discombobulator. You're there because he scooped up Maduro and tossed him into a prison. That's the reason you're there. Now you're actually getting to do some work, and you're starting to see results. Oh, by the way, you understand how much of Venezuelan oil was going to China. Not anymore. Now you're also seeing that the Iranian oil used to go to China. Not anymore. And to think that there are people who are upset with this, you can tell the media loves to talk about anything but what's going on, because since I've sat down an hour ago, there's been no other stories on my screen other than Kristi Noem being fired. We're going to talk about that too.
Policy with the U.S. to move forward for peace and prosperity.
I think we need to change it.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Es un placer estar aquí el día de hoy, en este palacio tan bello, este día tan bello, en un país tan bello, Venezuela. Y estamos aquí solamente por 2 razones. Por la valentía del presidente Donald J. Trump y por la colaboración que usted inició como gran líder, la colaboración con los Estados Unidos, que esperamos siga adelante para la paz y la prosperidad de todos.
The opportunities for collaboration and synergy between the 2 countries, or 2 great countries of Venezuela and the United States, is unlimited.
Las oportunidades que existen para una colaboración y una sinergia entre los 2 grandes países de Estados Unidos y Venezuela no tienen límites.
And what this can mean for the people of Venezuela and the citizens of the United States is truly amazing.
Y lo que esto puede significar para el pueblo venezolano y para el pueblo estadounidense es realmente asombroso.
Venezuela is a rich, rich country filled with both oil and gas resources, but also rich in critical minerals.
Y'all got lots of oil and gas. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to help you. We're going to help you, and we're both going to benefit. And people get mad. Media doesn't want to talk about it. And I sit back, I'm not trying to be a Trump cheerleader today. I'm trying to look at this entire picture here and say, no one's talking about it. And the second half of what I have to show you is even more mind-blowing. If you can imagine it, we're going to have to cut to President Trump no, it's not in the Oval Office, but we'll cut to him when he comes in. But the second part I got to show you is even more mind-blowing when you start putting it all together. And like I said, don't believe me, do your own research.
Venezuela es un país sumamente rico, es un país que contiene grandes reservas, no solamente de petróleo y de gas, sino también de minerales críticos.
And in this big world, we're geographic neighbors with great synergies.
Y en este mundo tan enorme somos vecinos geográficos con mucha sinergia.
There's been a long history between our two countries of synergy between Venezuela production and U.S. investment, and the opportunities right now are greater than ever.
Please tell me you're seeing this. Please tell me the big smile on Doug's face, the smile on the Venezuelan president's face. Can you see what's about to happen with Venezuela? Man, it's...
Ha habido una larga historia de sinergia entre nuestros dos países, de producción venezolana con inversiones de los Estados Unidos, y las oportunidades en este momento son más grandes que nunca.
And those opportunities were made very clear today. We have over 24 American companies with us today, some of the biggest, strongest, best mining and minerals companies in the world.
Okay, so he flies down there and he took 24 CEOs to say, okay, guys, you ready for this? Wait till I show you what we're going to have available for us. All of us, you, the Venezuelan people. This is striking a stake into the heart of the deep state. Just imagine, he's only been in office, 13, 14 months, and all of this is happening, and he's fighting every possible obstacle, everything that he can possibly face, he's having to face it. Can you imagine if we had a working government that was for this? Well, the reason they're not for this is because they don't want you to enjoy it.
Y las oportunidades han quedado sumamente claras el día de hoy, porque nos acompañan unas 2 docenas de empresas estadounidenses, de las más grandes, de las más fuertes, de las mejores del mundo en minerales y minería.
Many of these companies have worked in Venezuela earlier in their history.
Muchas de estas empresas ya trabajaron en Venezuela en algún momento durante su historia.
They represent billions of dollars investment and thousands of new high-paying jobs.
Representan miles de millones de dólares en inversiones y miles de dólares en empleos muy bien remunerados.
They are eager to get started.
Están deseosos por empezar.
And I know that Delcy, like President Trump, wants to move to cut the red tape to allow that capital investment to flow.
Y sé que Delcy, al igual que el presidente Trump, quiere eliminar los trámites burocráticos para que fluya esta inversión de capital.
And when we're working together, it can only mean two things.
Y cuando trabajamos juntos solamente puede significar 2 cosas.
Which is prosperity for the people of Venezuela and to the citizens of the United States.
Come on. Come on. How many times do you have to hear it, or how many times do you not have to hear it from other people in the media that won't promote this message? None of them promote this. They just don't talk about it. I'm surprised if you've seen this I don't think it's a press conference, but this statement between Delcy Rodriguez and Doug Burgum. Please let me know in the chat, because if you didn't see it, it's proving my point. They don't want you to be informed about this. I have to dig for this stuff. I have to like find it and go, wait a second. Is that the president of Venezuela? And our guys down there in Venezuela with all these CEOs talking about how we're going to make everybody prosperous, with Doug sitting there with a big smile, and we're not talking about it. It's not on television. Not really talked about that much on X. Oh, we'll talk about Christie being fired 24/7. We'll talk about Savannah Guthrie's mom being missing for 24/7. How about Doug Burgum being down in Venezuela, cutting deals with the president and bringing CEOs from around the country down there? Nope, can't talk about that.
And it also brings peace and stability to the world.
Prosperidad para el pueblo venezolano y para los ciudadanos de los Estados Unidos, y traerá además paz y estabilidad para el resto del mundo.
Thank you.
I don't know about y'all, but I read this kind of stuff. I see this stuff, and it just makes me excited. Ashley and Robin both know how often I get down. Not down because of where we are as a country, down because I'm just so sick of talking about the stuff that people don't want to talk about. And I mean, like Epstein. Yesterday we just saw this whole thing with Epstein, and yet they voted 360 to 60 against releasing the list of people who have been doing harassment and crazy stuff in Congress. If you're for exposing these assaults, then expose everything. Nope. And here, Chuck Schumer, he's out here taking a victory lap along with Adam Schiff, and they're showing these things. Why? Why are you showing this crap instead of talking about the good? And again, I don't think she was fired. Maybe he'll say it today. Maybe when he comes out, he's going to say, oh, yeah, she was fired. I had to get rid of her. Yeah, she's bad. And I know Eric Doherty posted something and said that he was pissed off about the 200 million thing. Well, he wasn't pissed off enough to get rid of her. Now, President Trump has not come out yet. As soon as he does, but I just want you to hang on, and we'll see when he comes out and talks to this soccer team here. He's going to have the Inter Miami football team. They're going to be here, and they won the championship, and the best soccer player in the world, hopefully he'll show up, Lionel Messi. Lionel lives down here part of the time down here in Miami as well. And I just find it odd that everything is coming up Miami. And now Kristi Noem is going to be working with the people who are going to be down here in Miami tomorrow, and Havana being 90 miles off the coast. And again, when we're done with this event, I'm going to come back to this and talk to you a lot more about what this is all about. Again, Secretary of War is in Doral, Florida, right outside Miami, to host the America's Counter Cartel Conference. And what I found interesting about that is, and you can Google it, there's no information about it. Do it yourself. Look up the information. This is the first year, the first time that they're holding this America's Counter Cartel Conference. Oh, by the way, did you see what happened in Ecuador? YouTube doesn't like me showing, combat scenes and stuff, but there's all kinds of videos where we went down into Ecuador and we went after the cartels. Nobody's talking about it. I just don't understand. He is executing the Monroe Doctrine, and to a certain extent, some people are upset about it, but it is what his strategy is right now. And so yes, Inter Miami is exactly the team that won, but it's no accident that today he's honoring them, and then he's heading down here to meet with everybody else at the America's Counter Cartel. So he should be up soon. Let me take a quick 90-second break while we wait for him to show up.
back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right, so we've got two events getting ready to happen. We've got President Trump getting ready to talk about the hockey team. I see Alex Rodriguez is coming in. Alex Rodriguez, All-Star Hall of Fame baseball player with the Houston Astros at that time and the New York Yankees. And then at simultaneously, Pete Hegseth is about to do a press conference. So all kinds of stuff going. And then, of course, I got a whole bunch of stuff still to show you. All right, so that's Alex Rodriguez talking to Scott Bessent and Pam Bondi, the one that, Hakeem Jeffries just said is next. Now they're saying Corey Lewandowski is going to leave DHS as well because he's the one, I guess, who's been doing the dirty deed with Kristi Noem. So it might not have been about the money as much as it had been about them two having an affair. Who knows? But you're seeing Alex Rodriguez, one of the reasons why he's there, big businessman here in Miami. He and Gloria Estefan and some of the, Dan Marino, some of the big money players. Tom Brady lives down here as well, have been doing a lot of investing. So maybe that's going to come out as well. Somebody wrote a comment I wanted to address. It says, what is wrong with the American people? Have they forgotten what prosperity is all about? It's okay if we prosper. I don't think there's a lot of people who forgot what prosperity is all about. I think there's too many people who have never experienced it. And then they've been told through different ways and different kinds of arguments that it's a bad thing, that you shouldn't want it, that trying to be prosperous is a bad thing. And so because of that, they shun from it and they shun people who want prosperity. And now all of a sudden, for the first time in my lifetime, we have a president who is openly saying we're going to prosper. And it's catching people by surprise because, isn't that a bad thing? That's why, to me, we're having some of the problems we're having because people just don't get it. And they've never experienced it. And it makes it even worse. Crazy. I think I'm gonna go sit in the corner. Why are you gonna go sit in the corner? No reason to sit in the corner. Let's see, all these people at their Xerox machines, guns spouting out negative stuff about DJT, exactly. They can shun me all they want. I like prosperity. Good for you. Andrew says he loves being prosperous as well. Who is she having an affair with? Supposedly she was having an affair with Corey Lewandowski. The media sucks. They're useless. I didn't know they were so stupid. Yeah, that's one of the things you're seeing is that they're extremely stupid. So I don't want to start the next part of my show because President Trump is obviously imminent. They wouldn't have everybody sitting there waiting to go. So let's just take some comments. In the beginning, God's creation was good. Mankind has destroyed it. Schools, media, and politicians tell us we're victims. There's no opportunity here. Yeah, that's a big problem, and some people have believed it, and they live their life that way. This is a smaller room. We're still waiting for President Trump to walk out. The best part of it is that Trump knows exactly what he's doing, and that's why they're freaking out. They don't understand what he's doing. There's Marco Rubio with Ivanka. They just walked out, so obviously President Trump is imminent. Who did you shake hands with? I'm not sure that guy's name. I see, what's his name? Department of Transportation guy. He's there. Sean Duffy. He's standing right there. So let's see who else comes in from the cabinet. But Marco Rubio is indeed there. I love my prosperous life. See, I think sometimes people think prosperous means you're too rich. Everyone's going to have their own definition. That's what it's all about. Prosperity is a good thing in ways we don't think about. Would also help reduce crime. Exactly. And if these countries, Mexico, Ecuador, Venezuela, if these countries enjoyed prosperity, then they wouldn't have to come running over here, which is another reason why the Democrats hate it. A prosperous and safe Venezuela means we don't got to leave. We don't have to escape. And I think that's another reason why the Democrats freak out. Does anyone know, is this affair with Christie and Corey actually had an affair? It was just another rumor. Who knows? We won't ever know the truth. Iran is what I went to a Christian high school, same here. I did learn a lot, but the way Barry explains it can't be beat. Thank you very much. And I try, like, again, I try to give you the information so you can go look it up yourself. And, so it's not someone pontificating. Go ahead and take a look yourself. And is he coming out yet? Nope, not yet. Wait a minute. Let me put on the music. It sounds like something's happening. Wait a minute. No, not yet. All right, so we'll wait. I'm laughing because Trump doesn't give two F's about any other country. America, baby. Latinos coming to Cubans' rescue. Exactly. Watch what happens over the next short period of time. Right? Please stay tuned. The stuff that's happening down here in Miami and happened today is going to absolutely blow you away. I'm not using that in a hyperbolic. I watched it and went, oh my, it's happening. It's actually happening. And Stephen Miller spoke, General spoke, Assistant Director of the Secretary of War spoke, and then, of course, Pete Hegseth spoke. And one thing that they kept talking about over and over was the Western Hemisphere, and what they're going to do. And I'm like, wow. What's so sad is everything Trump is doing is working towards is working towards getting rid of taxes, and how the Dems don't want that. Nope, don't want that. Nope, he's not walking out yet. So I mean, I could have. Let's see here. I don't care about their intimate life. That's another thing. I don't care about their intimate lives. None of our business, or who they dance horizontally with. Okay, that's not me. If you talk crap about America, expect repercussions the way it should be. What's this say? Monroe Doctrine can deliver American safety and security and sovereignty, divinity, freedoms, and liberations, and unchaining people from government, which is pretty much destroying the deep state. Somebody said Gloria Estefan's restaurant was horrible. I never liked it either. They mess with Trump and they mess with America. FAFO. Exactly. Let's see here. My kids work hard. Prosperity to me means cheap cost of living, so they can save to buy their own humble homes as they live good. Okay. Everyone's going to define it as they wish. Ronald Reagan said peace through strength. DJT implemented it. Exactly. Not sure what's taking them so long. I don't know if he's waiting for Pete to do his press conference, but while we're waiting, here's what I'm going to do, because I don't want you guys here until like 9 o'clock tonight. So I think I'm going to go ahead and begin the video. And then if he comes on, I will jump back on, and then we'll finish it afterwards. So let's go. This is Pete Hegseth and a bunch of the generals and dignitaries from the Western Hemisphere, and more precisely around the Caribbean.
Good morning. Welcome to the America's Counter Cartel Conference, hosted by the Secretary of War, the Honorable Pete Hegseth, and the Commander of the United States Southern Command, General Francis Donovan. We thank you for traveling to be here with us for this historic convening. The America's Counter Cartel Conference is a testament to our partnership and this administration's unwavering commitment to secure the U.S. homeland and our hemisphere. At this time, I'd like to introduce the Commander of the United States Southern Command, General Francis Donovan.
Buenos dias. Welcome to Doral, the United States Southern Command, for the America's Counter Cartel Conference. It was a pleasure to meet many of you last night at the reception, and even better to see many of the friends and teammates we met last month at the CHODS conference in Washington, D.C. Secretary Hegseth, sir, thank you for hosting this vital gathering and your enduring leadership. Each day you're ensuring the security, stability, and prosperity of the United States and the entire hemisphere. I'd also like to welcome and thank the Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and Assistant to the President of Homeland Security, Mr. Stephen Miller. The Undersecretary of War for Policy, the Honorable Eldridge Colby, who will be joining us virtually today. The Chief of the National Guard Bureau, General Stephen Nordhaus. Spock, thank you very much for being here. The Assistant Secretary of War for Cyber Policy, the Honorable Catherine Sutton. The Acting Assistant Secretary of War for Homeland Defense and the American Security Affairs, and my now best friend, Mr. Joseph Umar. The Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of War for Homeland Defense, the American Security Affairs, Mr. Mark Dibleson, and the Senior Advisor to the Secretary of War, Mr. Eric Garrissey, Mr. Patrick Weaver, and Mr. Philip Hegseth. And welcome, most importantly, to all of our partner nations' ministers, ambassadors, and leaders joining us today. Thank you all for being here. Today we stand together at a very critical moment. Narco traffickers, drug cartels engage in campaigns of terror, violence, and corruption to enrich themselves and expand their insidious influence. They are poisoning and killing all of our nation's citizens. These sophisticated networks flood our streets with fentanyl, cocaine, and other drugs that kill at a higher rate than any conventional war. This is the single gravest threat to security in our region and across our hemisphere. To counter this threat, the United States is guided by the strategic vision of peace through security, set forth in both the United States National Security Strategy and the National Defense Strategy. These documents give our military a clear mandate in the Western Hemisphere to defend the U.S. homeland and increase burden sharing with our allies and partners to do so. We are your premier partner to work with, by, with, and through your nations to achieve shared objectives. But when necessary, we will not hesitate to act. Operation Southern Spear and Absolute Resolve are proof of this commitment. Through these efforts, the United States is combating narco-terrorism and drug trafficking and, most importantly, restoring deterrence. The Western Hemisphere is our neighborhood, and the narco-terrorists who seek to export drugs and death to our shores and your shores will be dismantled and defeated.
Did you catch that? The Western Hemisphere is ours. You're going to hear Western Hemisphere talked about quite a bit. You heard it in the intro, and he just said the Western Hemisphere, ours. Don't hear that much on the news.
As allies and partners, we must take aggressive action together, sharing the burden through cooperation. We now call upon our long-standing relationships built on a foundation of trust and linked through shared culture, history, and economic aspirations to unite for the benefit of all of our nations. Our mutual security is at stake. Through combined operations, training, exercises, and intelligence and information sharing, we will achieve greater domain awareness, interoperability, and capacity to strengthen regional security. With all nations shouldering this burden, our collective resilience will prevent shared adversaries from using the region to further their maligned agendas. The time is now. Today marks the next step towards moving out to deter and defeat those who threaten the security, stability, and prosperity of the United States and this hemisphere. We all face these threats, and the most effective way to counter and eradicate them is by standing together. Before I turn the stage over to Mr. Humar, I'd like to once again thank you for your stalwart partnership. Your participation here sends an unmistakable message to partners and adversaries alike. We are taking the fight to the narco-terrorists and the cartels. Not only are we redoubling our commitment to defend the sovereignty and security of our nations, we are doing it together to realize our common vision of a safer, stronger, and more prosperous Western Hemisphere. Let's get to work.
You catch that? Safer, more prosperous Western Hemisphere. I'm going to keep letting you guys just start focusing on that, because once you begin focusing on those two things, or three things, safe, prosperous, Western Hemisphere, they're not even using the term America anymore. It's all, we got it all. We are going to control all of this, whether you like it or not. So you might want to get used to it. And as Americans, we need to be applauding this. We need to understand what exactly they're intending to do.
Thank you, General Donovan. Ladies and gentlemen, performing the duties of Assistant Secretary of War for Homeland Defense and America's Security Affairs, Joseph Humeyer.
Good morning. Buenos dias. And I'd be remiss if I didn't begin by thanking my new best friend, General Donovan, for your excellent remarks and frankly, for your excellent teamwork here at Southcom. Your team has truly been amazing.
I'm going to pause there because the hockey team is now walking out. So President Trump should be coming right up. We're going to come back to this after the soccer team. So they cut the music, so I assume that President's coming out next. They probably had to cue up the music. Waiting for him. Somebody dropped the ball on that. Hey, did you guys tell the President it's time to come out? So anyway, we're gonna wait. So what I want to urge you guys is to, over the next 24, 48 hours, there are going to be a whole lot of stories, a whole lot of things coming out there. And what you've seen from President Trump right now over the last year and 14 months, he keeps things very close. My sources tell me that they're going to get fired because they were sleeping together. My sources say this. I only want to go on what he says. If you guys call him a liar, that's fine. I can't do anything about that. I just can see what exactly he's doing. All right, I can hear the heralding of the horns.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, accompanied by Jorge Mas, owner of the Inter Miami CF, and Lionel Messi.
By the way, if you don't know who Lionel Messi is, you might want to look up that name. He's big soccer player. Biggest soccer player in the world.
To be here. Champions. We like champions. We like winners. And we got a lot of them here today. Too many to introduce. A lot of them are political champions, and we don't care about them today, right? Right, Duffy? But we have, most importantly, wonderful people that love our country. And before we begin, I think I will say a few words about what's going on with respect to our operation in the country of Iran. The United States military, together with the wonderful Israeli partners, continues to totally demolish the enemy far ahead of schedule and at levels that people have never seen before, actually. We're destroying more of Iran's missiles and drone capability every single hour, knocking them out like nobody thought was possible. As soon as they set off a missile, within 4 minutes, the launcher gets hit. They don't know what's happening. But we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. Their Navy is gone. 24 ships in 3 days. That's a lot of ships. Their anti-aircraft weapons are gone. So they have no air force. They have no air defense. All of their airplanes are gone. Their communications are gone. Missiles are gone. Launches are gone. About 60% and 64% respectively. Other than that, they're doing quite well. I said, what's left? But they're tough, and they want to fight. And they're calling, they're saying, how do we make a deal? I said, you're being a little bit late, and we want to fight now more than they do. We've had 47 years, depending on the way you count it, but 47 years of horror with this group. And, you know, when you see somebody walking down the street without their legs, without the arms, whose face is so badly affected and hurt, it mostly came from 95% Soleimani and Iran, and we, other presidents, lived with it. I didn't live with it. And so our people are doing a great job. Again, the greatest military anyone's seen. Thank you. Thank you very much. And yesterday, my administration announced decisive action to help keep down the oil prices, including offering political risk insurance for tankers transiting into the Gulf, as you know, pretty dangerous territory. Further action to reduce pressure on oil is imminent, and the oil seems to have pretty much stabilized. We had it very low, but I had to take this little detour, if it's okay with everybody. Scott, it's okay with you? Scott's the one who has to put up with it. He said, you have to do this now? I said, I have to do it, Scott, right? But it's been very strong, and everybody, including Scott, everybody feels we had really no choice. They were going to hit us if we didn't hit them, because they're crazy. And in the long term, the actions we're taking will dramatically increase the stability of the region and oil prices and stock markets and everything else. You know, we set the all-time record in history with the Dow going to 50,000. So Dow was at 50,000. It was supposed to be maybe, if we were lucky, within by the end of my presidency in 4 years. And we did it in my first year. We did the S&P 500. We did that in a period of less than a year. And that was even tougher than the Dow, they said, so it wasn't going to happen. But we have a great country. We have a country that's never done this well. We've had tremendous success in so many different ways. I built the military and rebuilt it in my first term, and we're using it more than I'd like to use it, to be honest with you. But when we used it, we found out it certainly did work. When we look at Venezuela, when we look at the first attack, Midnight Hammer, in Iran, which really set the stage for what we're doing right now. It's been pretty amazing. And I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police, to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed. And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help take back your country. You're going to have a chance after all these years to take back your country. Accept immunity. We'll give you immunity. And we'll be giving you really the right side of history, because that's what it is. So you'll be perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death. And I don't want to see that. They don't want to see it either. We also urge Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum and to help us shape a new and better Iran. with great potential. It's a country with great potential. It's much better future for Iran. It's now beginning. It's going to be, I think, a great future. And the United States will ensure that whoever leads the country next, Iran will not threaten America or its neighbors, Israel, anybody. If you look at what happened, they had missiles aimed at all of these other countries, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, many others, that weren't really involved very much, and they had missiles aimed. Well, they were aimed there long before this ever started. They were going after the entire Middle East, and then we came along. We blew up their party. So we have phenomenal people. I want to thank all of the people that have been involved. Marco, you've been doing a fantastic job. And you've been doing a fantastic job on a place called Cuba. Right? And A-Rod came in before. I said, hey, do you want to come up to a little award? He's gone to plenty of award ceremonies. Thank you, A-Rod. Big fan. But what's happening with Cuba is amazing. And we think that we want to finish this one first, but that will be just a question of time before you and a lot of unbelievable people are going to be going back to Cuba. Hopefully not to stay. We want you back, and we don't want to lose you. We don't want to make it so nice that they stay. But some people probably do want to stay. They love Cuba so much. I hear it all the time. That was another one that wasn't supposed to happen. Venezuela is going great. It's been stabilized. We have a wonderful person as your president-elect, Delcy Rodriguez, and she and her staff have been doing a fantastic job working with us. We're taking out hundreds of millions of barrels of oil, and it's going to Houston and various other places where it's being refined, and we're sending them back far more money than they've made in many years, and actually very shortly it'll be more money than they've ever made. And Venezuela is working. So we've had a lot of countries in places that truly love, you would say football, I would say soccer, but these are all countries that love football/soccer. And so I think the group likes it. And if you'd like, you could sit. I know I'm a very exciting speaker, but you can sit down if you'd like, okay? I'm looking at everybody standing. I'm saying, let's sit down. Because we're here to honor these great champions, and we want to take our time, right? Let's get to the reason that we're here, and it's a beautiful reason because we're honoring truly talented people. Today we're thrilled to host the 2025 MLS Cup champions, Inter Miami. Great job. And it's my distinct privilege to say what no American president has ever had the chance to say before. Welcome to the White House, Lionel Messi. Lionel Messi is, my son said, Dad, you know who's going to be there today? And I said, no, I got a lot of things going on. He said, Messi. I said, really? He's a big fan. He's a big fan of yours. He thinks you're just a great person, and I think you got to meet a little while. So he's a big soccer fan, but he's a tremendous fan of yours. And a gentleman named Ronaldo. We have Cristiano is great. You're great. Boy, some big champions, some great athletes in that sport, and people that really love what they're doing, and they're doing it well. And it's an honor for us and everybody at the White House to be honoring you today. So congratulations as well to co-owners Jorge and Jose Mas. Who came from Cuba, right? Originally from Cuba? Your parents came? And you're going to go back, oh, yeah. It's going to be... And you won't need my approval. You just fly back in when I can just see that.
It's already a done deal.
It's going to be a great day, right? We're going to celebrate that separately. I just want to wait a couple of weeks.
It's a done deal, people.
I wanted to wait a couple of weeks, but we'll be together again soon, I suspect. celebrating what's going on in Cuba. They want to make a deal so badly, you have no idea. As well as head coach, who I hear is a phenomenal coach, Javier Mascherano. Where's the coach? I've heard he's a great coach. Well, anybody who wins is a good coach in my book, but I heard you're a hell of a coach. And all of the tremendous players that are just amazing. We're also grateful to be joined by the MLS Commissioner, Don Garber. Don, wherever you're, Don. Stand up, Don. Good job. Good job. As well as proud Miami sports fan, Secretary of State. I'm telling you, he's going to go down as the best Secretary of State in the country's history, Marco Rubio. I don't want him to get too popular. It's true. I don't want him to get too popular. You know, when they get too popular, all of a sudden you see, where's Marco? He's not around anymore. I don't see him. He's doing some job, and your next one is going to be, we want to do that special Cuba. He's waiting, but he says, let's get this one finished first. We could do them all at the same time, but bad things happen. If you watch countries over the years, you do them all too fast, bad things happen. We're not going to let anything bad happen to this country. Also with us are Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's a terrific person and fan. And she's proving how tough she is, and I think the next 3 years she's going to really prove it, right? Huh? Like these people. Secretary Scott Bessent, Lori Chavez de Rima, and Sean Duffy. Thank you, everybody. What a great team. And U.S. Trade Representative, who's done incredible deals, unbelievable, Jamison Greer. Thank you, Jamison Greer. And our country has never been bigger, better, richer, or stronger, and the deals we're making are unbelievable. And a lot of it's because of the tariffs, and a lot of it's because of everything else. We had a little complicating factor with tariffs the other day with the Supreme Court. They did the wrong thing, but it didn't make any difference because we have another way of doing it. They always have to make it the hard way. Do you know about that? You always have to. Is it like that? It's always got to be the difficult way, right? A little bit. Huh? Makes you work harder, right? But we're doing great. Our country is doing incredibly well. It's never done like this. It's, I was with the King of Saudi Arabia. He said, a year and a half ago, we thought your country was dead, would never come back. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world, which was sort of cool. I'll relate that story. But many leaders say the same thing. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world. 2025 was the record-shattering season for Inter Miami beginning last summer at the historic FIFA Club World Cup, hosted for the first time right here in the USA. So exciting. I shouldn't say this because you'll say I'm old, but I watched Pelé play. He played for the Cosmos. Do you know that? And Steve Ross was a great friend. I don't know how many people remember Steve. He was a legendary businessman. He really started cable TV. He was way ahead of time and ultimately passed away tragically. But he started the Cosmos team, and he wanted to get some good players. So he started with Pelé. I don't know, you may be better than Pelé. Pelé was pretty good. Who's better, him or Pelé? Merci. I agree. I think he is. But he was pretty good, right? Pelé was pretty good. But it was very exciting, and I went to the games. I'd go every once in a while, but soccer just didn't catch on. And then when Steve got ill, it sort of went away, and then it came back, and now it's just turning out to be amazing how it's coming back in this country. But the Cosmos were a very hot team, playing with other teams that weren't so good. But I got to watch Pelé play, and he was something too. In the June group stage of that tournament, these players went toe-to-toe with some of the best teams anywhere in the world. You tied Egypt's best club, supposed to be an unbelievable, talented club, with a gutsy performance from veteran goalie Oscar Ostari, who played a great game. Then you tied the top Brazilian club, wow, thanks to a brilliant goal from one of the greatest strikers of all time, Luis Suarez. Was he? Where is that? These are good-looking people. Marco, I don't like good-looking men. You don't feel so good about yourself standing up here. Good-looking people. In the 65th minute, Louis gathered the ball around midfield and turned for a vintage solo run, dribbling through the defense, driving past defenders like few people have ever seen before, cutting to his left, hammering home a goal that secured Miami's place in the next round. But no match in the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup was more important than the match against FC Porto. Porto took an early lead, but you came back strong in the 54th minute, tied 1-1. Leo lined up for one of his iconic free kicks. He struck the ball decisively, bending it over the wall and beating the keeper with a sensational left hook. Would I be able to do that if I practiced? He said, no, I think he's right, my friend. Great. In that moment, you sealed a truly historic Inter-Miami victory, becoming the first club from North America ever to beat a European club in official competition. Unbelievable. You know, I have to just interject. So, over the years, I love sports, and I've watched my friend A-Rod. With George Steinbrenner, I'd sit in his box, just the two of us. He would never have anybody but me. He liked me, right? He liked me, and he liked you. He liked almost nobody. It would be a World Series when baseball was hot. It's not as hot now, I'll be honest with you. They do things wrong. But when baseball was hot as a pistol with George, and I'd sit and I'd watch the Yankees, and he'd have 30 seats, and it would just be me and him. And I said to A-Rod, would say, what was the most difficult thing you've ever done? I said, it's probably sitting for 3 hours with George Steinbrenner watching a Yankee playoff game or World Series game. You know what I mean by that. He was a difficult guy, but he was great, right? He liked me, I liked him, and we both liked nobody else. And that was a good combination. But I have to say this. So I've seen a lot of great players come into the world of sports, and they came in from all different countries, all different players. They've come, in some cases, just from different states. They come to the Yankees, or they come to the Dodgers, or they come to whatever. But I've seen them come in from other countries, and there's such a clamor. Oh, so great, everything's great. But they don't win. This guy won. He came in, there was tremendous fanfare, and he won. You know, right?
Fanfare? Tremendous fanfare.
But it's true, they don't win. They come in and, you know, they're great players and they can even play okay, but they don't win. And Leo, you came in and you won, and that's something very hard to do, very unusual. And frankly, there's a lot more pressure put on you than anyone would know, because, you know, you're sort of expected to win, but almost nobody wins. They come in, they're great, they're the best in the world, they get paid a fortune. You came in and you won with all that pressure. That's an amazing tribute, so congratulations. Right? But in that moment, you sealed a truly historic Inter-Miami victory. And think of that, first club ever, North America, to top the so-called European clubs. Pretty amazing thing to do. Returning to the MLS, Inter-Miami built on that incredible momentum, playing a record number of games and scoring a total of 101 goals, the most in MLS history. Is that correct, Mr. Commissioner? Well, that's pretty good. How's Andrew? Is Andrew treating you okay? He's a good golfer, too, actually. People don't know it. He's a very good golfer, right, Andrew? But Trump's a good golfer, too, Andrew.
That's quite right.
Thank you. With 29 goals in the regular season alone, Leo won the prize Golden Boot, becoming the first player to be named the league MVP twice in a row. Amazing, you know, comes in, a lot of great players. Pretty amazing thing to do, very hard to do. exploding into the playoffs, this team racked up a series of statement wins, big wins, that frankly wins that a lot of people didn't think they could do. You secured a 3-1 must-win victory over Nashville SC. You thrashed FC Cincinnati 4-0 on the road. And then you routed New York City FC 5-1, led by a hat trick from young star Tadeo Allende. Where is Tadeo? What a group of people. We could have a lot of fun with these guys. You can imagine when they win how they celebrate. We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to talk about it. In that MLS Cup final against the Vancouver Whitecaps, the entire team played together as one flawless unit. Just flawless, they say. After Vancouver tied the game 1-1, Leo picked the pocket of a Whitecap defender and sent a pass to the great Rodrigo de Paul. Where the hell is Rodrigo? Do you have any bad-looking players? You know? I like the bad-looking guys much better. Who stuck a low-driving shot into the side net, taking the lead. And then in the 6th extra minute of stoppage time, Tadeo drove home your third and final goal, making the score 3-1 and securing your status as the first champions in club history. What an amazing accomplishment. Coach Mascherano became one of the few head coaches to win the MLS Cup finals in his very first year. And Leo claimed the 47th trophy of his storied career. 47th, can you imagine that? The most of all time. That's the most of all time. So Leo is the reigning FIFA World Cup MVP. You could have gone anywhere in the world. You could have chosen any team in the world, and you chose to go to Miami. I don't blame you. The weather's extremely good. Do you go to Doral? You go to Doral and play golf? And I just want to thank you for bringing us all in this ride, because you are hot and talented and a great person. I look forward to seeing many of you on the summer. We're going to be out there in the summer in 2026 FIFA World Cup. And we have a lot of interesting things, because we have the World Cup and we have the Olympics, so we have the 250, you know. And I was responsible for getting the Olympics in my first term, and I was responsible for getting with Johnny. We got the World Cup, and Johnny's a good man. Do we like Johnny? I think so, right? Like you say, yeah, I think so. He's a good guy. But, you know, they're setting records on the World Cup, setting absolute total. I guess many of you guys are going to be in it, but setting records on ticket sales, right? Numbers that, I mean, literally double what anyone's ever done before. So it's good. So they picked the right. But I thought that I didn't know that I'd be the president doing this, because the election was rigged and stolen, and I had to do it all again. And then I said, hey, wait a minute, I just got soccer/football, and I just got the Olympics, so we got most important. I took credit for those two. Then I tried to take credit for 250 years, and it didn't play well at all with the press. But we're going to have an amazing year. But I just want to thank you so much, Jorge, for the job you've done. I've known you for a while, and I've known of you for a long period of time. You are a spectacular man, and please say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. To all these distinguished guests, secretaries, so many friends and supporters. On behalf of myself, my wife Aleida, my brother Jose, and his wife Patty, and my whole family who is here today, with David Beckham, I want to express to you what an extreme honor and privilege it is to be in the People's House, led by you, celebrating in the presence of champions, winners all. Because this championship was very, very well-deserved, greatly played, and you're looking at one of the best teams on the face of the earth standing behind us. And this all became possible because we dared to dream. 7 years ago, Inter Miami was nothing but an idea and a dream. I remember after talking to Commissioner Garber and being awarded a team, we sat in the conference room of our family business in Miami and said to each other, what do we do now? And as the son of a man and woman who left Cuba, just seeking freedom in this great country, it has driven us to excellence. And we thought, what can we do to make a difference? What can we do that's special? And at that time, I told myself what many people thought impossible. I said, we are going to bring the world's greatest player to play at Inter Miami. And that was in 2019. And today, standing before you, you have the world's greatest player here to my right. Over the course of the last 2.5 years that he has been here, we've been on an epic run of records, of trophies, of winning. Because what I've wanted to establish with Inter Miami is a winning culture. That it be a reflection of our community of South Florida and Miami, made up of winners, of hardworking men and women, and I want our team to be an embodiment of our fan base and everyone who aspires to a better future and to a better life. On the back of our jersey, Mr. President, it says freedom to dream, because that's our family moniker and what embodies our team and our aspirations. But that all began many, many years before at the dinner table of our family with my late father, Jorge Mas, and my mother, Irma, who is here today. And I speak now in tribute to our parents' generation. And I share that with Secretary Marco Rubio, of men and women who fled communism, who fled tyranny, who wanted a better life for their boys and their daughters and their sons in the future. And at that table was instilled in us that if you work hard and you sacrifice and you dream, it can be possible. And today, standing before you, Inter Miami is one of the world's biggest clubs. Most based on history, but our history has been short. But having a winning culture, having the best-selling jersey on the face of the earth, making a global difference, and not only because of Lionel Messi, but these men standing behind you have changed the culture of football in the United States of America forever. We can play with the big boys, we can be heavyweights, our league can be one of the top leagues in the world, and it is this ability to dream, to persevere, to have no obstacles ahead of us that we will continue to be successful. And hopefully, Mr. President, this is not our only visit here celebrating an MLS Cup championship. But this team is an embodiment of that. And I want to thank you to be able to express this to you, to so many dear friends, loved ones, and global fans all over the world. We fill stadiums everywhere. We're playing this weekend against DC United at the Raven Stadium in Baltimore, because we'll have a sellout there. We sell out everywhere we go. We open the season in the LA Coliseum with a record crowd. But it is our aspiration to continue breaking barriers, to putting no limits, to making sure that Major League Soccer and Inter Miami over the course of the next few years is considered with the elite of global football. So with that said, Mr. President, thank you. Thanking you for sharing this championship with us, that we can share it with our families in the People's House and we can share it with the world. Thank you. And now we have some gifts we'd like to present to you.
Thank you.
This, Mr. President, says USA 250 on the front, which we have on our jersey. And this is Trump 47. And Lionel Messi's number 10 is the best-selling jersey in the world. Made, which hopefully will have a rightful place in the Oval Office, in dedication of you, dedicated for our championship. That's for you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then, most importantly, this is a very, very special limited edition Inter Miami Pink Tudor watch. It's etched on the back with your name in a tribute to you, and special because time is a precious element. Time has a lot of meaning, I think, to all of us, and we wanted to gift you that. And also we have an additional gift, which is another jersey for a very illustrious Chief of Staff. So we do have her jersey somewhere. It says number 32. But thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And I want to just invite the team to the Oval Office, very, very special place. It's sort of the center of the world, especially now, but always. It's the center of the world. We have a little present for you there. And anybody would like to come, you can just follow me on down there, okay? You'll see the Oval, and you'll have some fun. Thank you all very much.
That's pretty awesome. Again, if you guys don't know who Messi is, you might want to check that out for sure in terms of understanding who he is. Messi being the biggest soccer player in the world. He goes wherever he goes down here. If he goes to a grocery store, it's absolutely mobbed. If they find out he's going to be there, because he'll just go. Oh, what's it looks like Marco Rubio's hanging out with him. There he is, right there. I'm not even that big of a soccer fan, but they hooked me. Where they play, they're building a new stadium in actual Miami, but right now they've been playing at a makeshift stadium, still gorgeous, in Fort Lauderdale. So it's a lot of fun. They bring a ton of people. It's mob scene. People love it down here. So as you heard from President Trump, Cuba sounds like it's a done deal. And Pete Hegseth is supposed to come out right after this, which isn't what I was going to show you. I'm going to show you that as well. But if he comes on, which is supposed to be imminently, I will jump to that. And it looks like he is going to come out there any minute. So what I'm going to show you is going to basically supplement what I've been talking to you about, what's going on in the Western Hemisphere and indeed Cuba. That's not what Pete's going to be talking about. Yeah, he was waiting for President Trump to end, so he must have been watching television. Hold on one second. Let me cue that up and get hold on. He's talking right now. Hold on. He just walked out. All right, here we go. We got Pete Hegseth getting ready to do a press conference. Let's listen in.
We've got a 1-minute warning.
Hold on, let me move it up a little bit because I delayed it, waiting for him to come out, and just want to catch him at the beginning. Here we go. Here we go.
Well, good afternoon. I'm honored to stand right here today alongside one of America's finest, Admiral Brad Cooper, Commander of U.S. Central Command. We just had a chance to spend a couple of hours together, better part of 2 hours, going through the entirety of this operation, Operation Epic Fury. And Admiral, I want to thank you for everything you do and your incredible leadership, for your dynamic thinking, the way you're attacking this problem set on every level. In just days of Operation Epic Fury, you and your team have delivered nothing short of devastating, precise strikes, taking out the better part of Iran's Navy, making it combat ineffective, neutralizing missile sites and launchers, and establishing total dominance over the skies we fly over and seas we fly over. Our forces are executing with unmatched skill, and the mission is advancing decisively. This is the kind of no-nonsense, results-driven warfighting that America demands. And you're delivering it in spades. You are the man for this moment. Admiral Cooper, on behalf of the President, the Department of War, and every American watching, I want to thank you for the outstanding job you and CENTCOM are doing. Keep pressing the fight, and we are with you all the way. A few thoughts before I hand it over to the Admiral for an update. Iran is hoping that we cannot sustain this, which is a really bad miscalculation for the IRGC in Iran. You see, there's no shortage of American will here. We remember and honor our fallen, those 6 that we will soon welcome at Dover, who gave everything for their country in this mission. We remember them. But we remember them by rededicating ourselves even more fervently to this mission. Our commitment to our mission objectives only increases as our advantages continue to increase. We've got no shortage of munitions. Our stockpiles of defensive and offensive weapons allow us to sustain this campaign as long as we need to. Again, our munition status only increases as our advantage increases. Our capabilities, we have only just begun to fight and fight decisively. Having a chance to hear from Admiral Cooper. If you think you've seen something, just wait. The amount of combat power that's still flowing, that's still coming, that we'll be able to project over Iran is a multiples of what it currently is right now when you add up our capabilities and those of the Israeli Defense Forces. And we have no shortage of authorities. The Admiral knows we have clear objectives with maximum authorities on the battlefield. The dumb, politically correct wars of the past were the opposite of what we're doing here. They had vague objectives with restrictive, minimalist rules of engagement. No more. Our authorities, his authorities, CENTCOM's authorities through the President and myself are maxed out. Our capabilities are overwhelming and gathering still, as are those of our Israeli partners. Our munitions are full up, and our will is ironclad, which means our timeline is ours and ours alone to control. As long as it takes to ensure the United States of America achieves these objectives. And as we flow more forces, and as we flow more capabilities, and as our munitions, as we're flying over the top, have even more devastating effects, we set the tempo, we set the timeline, led by the commander on the ground. Our ear is to the ground to listen to Admiral Cooper, what he needs, and what he needs he will get. We are built for this fight, and we are in it to win it. And we have the right commander in the lead. So I'll now hand it over to Admiral Brad Cooper to give you an update right here from CENTCOM. Admiral.
Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much and good afternoon and welcome to U.S. Central Command Headquarters, America's Warfighting Headquarters. It's great to be here alongside the Secretary and representing the more than 50,000 men and women in uniform currently executing Operation Epic Fury. So, Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much for your leadership and support and the very clear vision and objectives that you've given us to allow us to use overwhelming force against the Iranian terrorist regime. And thanks to all of you for attending today, and welcome to Tampa. We are now starting our 6th day of a historic mission to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans. We are, if I could channel my inner Navy officer, we are at full speed ahead in executing orders given by leadership in Washington. The President and Secretary Hegseth have been crystal clear in their expectations, and we are at a high level of execution. As described by the Secretary and earlier this week by me, U.S. combat power is building as Iranian combat power declines. Our air dominance allows us to hit Iran's center of gravity with overwhelming power and reach. A couple of examples. In just the last 72 hours, America's bomber force has struck nearly 200 targets deep inside of Iran, including around Tehran. And in just the last hour, U.S. B-2 bombers dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs targeting deeply buried ballistic missile launchers. Notably, we have also struck Iran's equivalent of Space Command, which degrades their ability to threaten Americans. Then, if I just look back over the last 24 hours of the operation compared to where we were at its start, ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90% since day one. Drone attacks have decreased by 83% since day one. Having said this, we remain vigilant. Our strikes against the Iranian Navy have intensified You may have heard the president say just a little while ago that we have sunk or destroyed 24 ships. That was true at the moment. We're now up over 30 ships. And in just the last few hours, we hit an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier. And as we speak, it's on fire. The president gave us another task, to raise or level Iran's ballistic missile industrial base. So we're not just hitting what they have, we're destroying their ability to rebuild. And so as we transition to the next phase of this operation, we will systemically dismantle Iran's missile production capability for the future, and that's absolutely in progress. This is going to take some time, but our forces are well supplied, as the Secretary said, and we are absolutely ready to prosecute this mission decisively. Our combined joint forces have relentlessly destroyed Iran's air defenses over the past few days, and they've continued hunting for more systems to kill. Our air defenders are operating at the very top of their game. I couldn't be prouder, shoulder to shoulder with our partners in the region, in many cases, providing the most integrated air defense network in Middle East history. We are fighting to win. Through combined U.S. and Israeli combat power, we will continue decimating Iran's ability to project power outside its borders. And if I can just conclude by saying a strong salute to the brave men and women who are out on the pointy edge of this, really doing exceptional work. I just couldn't be prouder, and I know the American people share in that same pride. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. And with that, we'll take a few questions. Yeah, right here.
Sir, appreciate it. Admiral, I wanted to ask, or Mr. Secretary, the Ukrainian president said today that the U.S. has asked for specific capabilities to deal with Shahid drones, Iranian drones. Can you guys talk about what you asked for, and has there been any surprises from Iranian capabilities that you guys have seen in the past 6 days?
Go ahead.
We're very familiar with Iranian's capabilities, and as you might imagine, we planned for it right from the outset, and I feel good about what the plan was. Like any good organization, we adjust as necessary to meet the environment, and we've made those appropriate adjustments.
Absolutely. Right here.
Thanks, Secretary. I had two for both of you. One, was an American pilot shot down today in Iraq? And two, I've heard reports that there's enriched uranium stored in Isfahan. Also heard reports that there's not a lot of bombing there. Is that on purpose? Do we believe there's enriched uranium there? And would we ever send special forces to secure it?
As CENTCOM pointed out, that those reports of an F-15 being shot down are false. As you can imagine, Iran is doing everything it can to peddle in lies, deception, and inflation of numbers in reality, mostly to propagandize to their own people, right? They've shut down the internet. They're hoping they can convince their own population that they're having success. One thing one of their leaders said recently is that 500 Americans have been killed, they claim. These are lies. The lies will continue. CENTCOM will continue to debunk those lies. So, and as often is the case in conflict, first reports are often wrong. As it pertains to nuclear material and things like that, one of the objectives the president has always said is that Iran will not have a nuclear bomb, nuclear capabilities, but we would never disclose what we will or will not do inside operational plans. So Admiral Cooper's got a plan. We're working that plan, and targets will be struck or not struck according to what we want to achieve. Yeah, right there.
Secretary Hegseth, the president said earlier today in an interview that he would like to have a say in who's the next leader of Iran. Is this an expansion of your military objective? You view it that way? And additionally, you spoke earlier today about how previous leaders have drawn resources from our hemisphere to the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
How do you avoid that?
Well, there's no expansion. Ultimately, I think the president's having a heck of a say in who runs Iran, given the ongoing operation we have. So there's no expansion in our objectives. We know exactly what we're trying to achieve. I think today's a great example of what this War Department is capable of doing. I was just in another part of Florida today where we announced, America's counter cartel conference. 18 countries coming together from Central, South America, and the Caribbean, coming together to fight cartels. That is something that is ongoing. We're focused there. We're focused in the Indo-Pacific. We can mass combat power in CENTCOM. EUCOM is able to support that as well. So we know we're laser focused on our hemisphere and our homeland. That's why we locked down the border. That's why we're working with partners to take on cartels. That's why we're sinking drug boats. That's why we're on the offense there. But the beautiful things about combatant commands is that, Brad Cooper's laser focused on Central Command, just like Frank Donovan is laser focused on Southern Command. We can do both. That's what a global power can do. Ultimately, this issue of Iran's nuclear pursuit and their unwillingness through negotiations to stop it was something President Trump has said for a long time needs to be dealt with. And after 47 years, he's doing something that no other president was willing to do. And we're doing it overwhelmingly, and we're doing it decisively, while also in other parts of the globe having the desired effects. I mean, take, for example, what we displayed yesterday, the Iranian ship in the Indian Ocean, sunk by Indo-PACOM, another combatant command, who coordinated with us in order to make that happen. So America's reach is global. Our focus here, though, these missions are narrow, they're scoped, and Admiral Cooper is well on his way to ensuring that we reach those objectives. Right here, yes, sir.
Both condolences for the troops killed. The Ukrainians are talking about providing low-cost interceptors, given their experience. Is that something that the Pentagon is looking for? And Admiral Cooper, can you walk us through a little bit about how effective the Lucas drones have been, what kind of targets they've hit, and how much that's helped, given that they're low-cost alternative to a more expensive helium?
Go ahead.
Sure. I'm not familiar with the particular offer, but interceptors in general, we've had a number of new capabilities being fielded. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about it from an operational perspective of what those are. But I think you have seen over a period of time us kind of get on the other side of this cost curve on drones in general. If I just walk back a couple of years, you remember what you used to always hear, we're shooting down a $50,000 drone with a $2 million missile. These days, we're spending a lot of time shooting down $100,000 drones with $10,000 weapons from ours. So that's one aspect of it. Lucas, indispensable. As many of you know, and if you don't know, this was an original Iranian drone design. We captured it, pulled the guts out, sent it back to America, put a little Made America on it, brought it back here, and we're shooting them at the Iranians. Good targets.
Good targets. Absolutely. Right there, yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Secretary. President Trump, in his first speech after the launch of the Operation Epic Fury, he addressed Iranian people, and he said that there is going to be a time for you to come out, but it's not now. Stay home. It's not safe. I want to know if there is a timeline for that you're going to urge Iranian people to come out, how that is going to play out, and how are you going to protect the protesters? You know that they're going to be shot probably, as we witnessed in January. That's what happened. How are you going to protect and support the protesters? And Admiral, I have one question for you. How are you going to minimize the civilian harms? We have a lot of evidence that the Basij units, IRGC commanders, they are now gathering in schools, in hospitals, in purely residential areas because their headquarters are bombarded, they are ruined, of course. So how are you going to protect the civilians while you're attacking the IRGC?
They don't have a mic on the press.
I would just say on the protests, obviously the Iranian people showed a lot of courage in those protests, and we saw the Iranian regime was revealed for what it is in the way they reacted to that. The world saw that. No one's done more than President Trump to reopen the opportunity for those who want a free Iran to do so. Ultimately, it's common sense, as he said up front. Don't go out and protest while bombs are dropping inside Tehran and elsewhere. So there will come a moment where he determines, or they determine, that it's the time to seize that advantage. But there's a lot of things we're doing and the Israeli military is doing, targeting those individuals who are targeting those who protest. The more you do that and you erode their will and you erode their capabilities, the more you create an opportunity for people to boldly stand up.
Yeah, I would just reinforce the point. We're targeting the people. We're targeting the headquarters and the people who are targeting the protesters, first and foremost. I'd also just double down on the president's comments that he previously made to the people. Stay in your homes, keep things calm, stay out of the way. There's a lot of U.S. and Israeli capacity coming over. We're hitting a lot of targets. The best thing for them to do for right now is just to lay low.
Right here.
Secretary, one common outcome of American military action in the past has been taking in thousands of refugees into the American homeland, and I'm wondering if there's any safeguards put in place to make sure that the American people aren't having to have another wave of refugees from the Middle East or anywhere else come and stay here.
I think it's safe to say there's no plan for a wave of new Middle Eastern refugees to the United States of America. I think, as the president has pointed out for a long time, there are a lot of countries in the region who would be capable of providing that kind of support if need be, but that's certainly not something we're planning on. Yep, back there. Yep.
Yes, sir. Michael in Washington Times. I wanted to ask, I know, semper gumby is always a truism in the military. Did the British decision to refuse Diego Garcia have any impact on the mission itself? Did you have to adjust, or were you able to just completely, go with the mission without any worry?
Well, as the president stated, it was unfortunate that that the Brits didn't, from day one, say, "Hey, go ahead and have access," but we got there. We got there, and that's now part of the way that we're operationalizing bomber runs. And that's part of when we say more to come, it's more fighter squadrons, it's more capabilities, it's more defensive capabilities, and it's more bomber pulses more frequently. The amount of firepower over Iran and over Tehran is about to surge dramatically. And part of it is that we're going to have even more basing. And it's not just the UK. We've had other friends step up, and we're grateful for that. Maybe one more right here.
Yeah, the Azeri president earlier today basically authorized his Minister of Defense to begin preparing troops for some type of retaliatory action after the airport strike. As the Department of War and CENTCOM is working on deconflicting with the Azeri if they were to move in or attempt something in retaliation.
I'm sure there are plans, and I'll let the Admiral speak to that. But that does allow me to kind of address this idea that the war might be expanding, or there's chaos, and nothing could be further from the truth. If anything, what Iran is doing by targeting allied countries that would otherwise want to stay out of this, they've actually pulled them into the American orbit. So now you've got UAE and Qatar and Bahrain and Saudi and Kuwait and others saying, "Hey, we're with you. We'll shoot with you. We'll fly with you. We'll defend with you. We'll allow you more basing and other opportunities," a lot of which we can't talk about and won't talk about. But it's actually firming up the unity of the resistance in order to focus exactly where we need to. So this idea that it's expanding or going, no, it's actually simplifying in a number of ways exactly what we need to achieve and how we'll achieve it. I don't know if you anything to add to that.
I won't get ahead of policy in terms of what we might do. What I will point out is this is now the 12th country that Iran has attacked. 12 countries, and it goes right back to the Secretary's point. Those 12 countries are none too happy, and I look forward to working with all the partners who are willing to join us in this.
And I would just close by saying,
Mr. Secretary, one more question.
Sure.
What is your message to Americans who are concerned about security here at home with the change-up that we're going to see at the Department of Homeland Security?
Well, I think Kristi Noem did an excellent job over there securing our border and keeping us focused on threats, and the President making a change. We all serve at the pleasure of the President. I'm sure Mark Wayne Mullen will do a fantastic job. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. But Kristi did a great job setting us up for success. So I don't have any concerns about whether or not the homeland will be covered down on. And I'll just end by saying I wish every American could get a chance to see what we see. I had a chance to go into the control room, into the Tactical Operations Center, go see these young men and women that are doing this, the dedication that they show at every level, the way they've refined their craft. I was talking to a young colonel who's iterating on how we target and how we find and fix different aspects of what the Iranians are trying to do. If they don't know what they're up against, and if they think they've got it solved for, they're wrong. And ultimately, the combination of our ingenuity, the skill, the professionalism, the discipline, and then the sheer weight of the capabilities of the U.S. military, what you're going to see may look routine. It may start to be like, oh, another boat. Oh, another launcher. Oh, another drone facility. What it takes to do this with the precision that we do is world-class. No one else can do it. And it's world-class Americans. Like the ones I saw here, like the ones that are coming home that we're going to greet home, that are the engine of what makes our country great. And so I'm so grateful for folks like those here at CENTCOM, at Central Command, who are under your command. Thank you for your decisive leadership. And all I'll say to you is what I say to them, keep going. Because the President and myself, we have your back. Thank you, Admiral. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Thank you all.
Okay, so that was at CENTCOM in Tampa. And he referenced what he was at this morning in Miami. And it was interesting. There was a question about Kristi Noem, but they didn't ask what was she going to be doing. They're like, she got fired, and what about Mark White? And they still don't get it. They still don't understand. So I'm going to close with this. Hey, sit back. Got a lot more to show you here. I'm sorry it ran long with President Trump talking everything, but I'm going to go back to this post. And as I'm getting ready to show you this, I want you to just understand today in Miami, he was hosting the America's Counter Cartel Conference. And it's about under President Trump's leadership, the Western Hemisphere is united against narco-terrorism. And then when you understand what President Trump said, where's Kristi Noem going? What he had posted this, and he explained, blah, blah, blah. And it says the current secretary, Chris, who has served as well and had numerous and spectacular, blah, she will be the special envoy for the Shield of Americas. Now, I wouldn't consider it a promotion, but she definitely didn't get fired. She's moved out of the cabinet, but she didn't get fired whatsoever. They're all lying. I've been keeping the television on, and nobody's talking about what actually happened in Miami. So we're going to finish off by letting you hear. You heard earlier one of the admirals or generals or anything else talking about the Western Hemisphere, and now you're going to hear the Assistant Secretary of War.
At putting all this together in just a matter of a few weeks. So thank you, General. I'd also like to begin by acknowledging a special team of senior advisors and defense officials who, if not for their efforts, and not just today, but over the last several months, we frankly just wouldn't be here today. So a special thank you to Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary Divelson, Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary Strasbaugh, Mr. Eric Garrissey, Senior Advisor Mateo Haydar, and a special, sincere, and heartfelt thank you to Senior Advisors Philip Hegseth and Patrick Weaver. If it wasn't for you, frankly, this would not have happened. To all our interagency friends and foreign partners, this is truly a historic moment for the United States, for the Western Hemisphere, and for the world. In the room today, we have senior leadership from the Department of State, Department of Homeland Security, National Security Council, Homeland Security Council, Office of National Drug Control Policy, Office of the Vice President, and of course the White House. I'm honored to be here with you today as Secretary Hegseth, Acting Assistant Secretary of War for Homeland Defense and the Americas. Welcome everyone to the first America's Counter Cartel Conference in history. Every morning before I enter the Pentagon, I say a prayer in my car to our Heavenly Father, and I do this because I'm blessed. I'm blessed to be able to work in a once-in-a-lifetime administration, to work for a once-in-a-generation leader, President Donald J. Trump. And frankly, if it wasn't for President Trump, none of us, including our foreign partners, would be here today. President Trump, Secretary Hegseth, Mr. Stephen Miller, our leadership today understands an empirical truth that all the leadership of the United States missed for decades, if not centuries. They missed the fact that the Americas is an extension of U.S. homeland defense, that hemispheric defense is a part of U.S. homeland defense.
He's pretty much describing the Monroe Doctrine, now the Monroe Doctrine. That's why I thought this was very important that you hear what these guys were talking about today in Miami.
And this statement of fact is now reflected in U.S. policy through the 2025 National Security Strategy and the 2026 National Defense Strategy that correctly places the Americas as a regional priority. Just think about where we were a little over 1 year ago today. And those of you that know me know that I've been working and studying on regional issues for more than 20 years. So I can confidently say that in 2024, prior to President Trump, I had never seen the Americas in worse shape. Prior to President Trump, there was record-breaking illegal mass migration that was collapsing our border and many of your borders as well. There was record-breaking deaths of Americans from deadly drugs that was transiting through your countries and stealing your sovereignty. The explosion of transnational organized crime in every single country throughout the Americas was destroying our shared region. If you think about it, before President Trump, we were breaking all the records for all the wrong things. And it was even worse because there was a growing false narrative throughout the region that was taking hold that said you cannot win a war against major cartels and gangs because they are too powerful. In some cases, and even in some countries, frankly, they were giving up and adopted a posture of, if you can't beat them, join them. That's not tolerable anymore. Not for the United States, not for your countries, and not for our neighborhood. If you look to your right and you look to your left, you'll find partners that are willing to fight with you. And if we collectively fight together, there is no gang, there's no terrorist, there's no cartel that is more powerful than us. We are here today because each of you has committed to doing your part. And that commitment cannot just be lip service. This must come with a new approach and a new normal to dismantle and destroy our shared threats of cartels and narco-terrorism. There'll be a lot of discussions today on a myriad of topics, but I really want to quickly emphasize two that are central to this effort: border security and deterrence. If you do not control your borders, you do not have a country. Border security and territorial integrity, as President Trump has shown, is possible. Since 1648, since the Peace of Westphalia, sovereignty has been the bedrock of human flourishing. You do not have a democracy if you do not have your sovereignty, and you cannot have sovereignty without borders. Open borders make transnational organized crime fundamentally transnational. And you do not combat transnational crime with transnational institutions, you fight it with borders and national sovereignty. If we remove the transnational from transnational organized crime, it becomes a local problem, becomes a solvable problem. The second point is on deterrence. Interdiction, while necessary, is not deterrence. Dialogue, while useful, is not deterrence. Failing to control your prisons, your borders, or your waters is not deterrence. Going on offense is deterrence. Operations.
And that was very important. So this operation, whatever it's going to be, I don't want to call it so much as an agency. It's going to have a lot of like covert stuff, and they're going to get, going to get wet. He just said, we're not talking about, talking to you. We're talking about doing stuff. So I don't know, maybe the media doesn't want to talk about that.
Southern Spirit shows that the deterrence is taking lethal and bold actions. And our goal is for every partner in this room today to start leading deterrence-focused offensive operations against your cartels. And finally, to wrap up, I want to make a point about geography, because geography in this hemisphere is indispensable to security. I mean, the secret sauce of Latin America and the Caribbean to be a regional priority for the United States, it's not the size of your trade, it's not your populations or your military, it's because we are always going to be connected because of our shared geography. The United States understood this going back to 1815, when two leaders in a relatively young Department of War pushed back against their own establishment at that time, not to look north or to look east, but rather to look south. The Department of War back then fought and won the Battle of New Orleans in 1815 that connected the United States to what is now the Gulf of America. And that moment 210 years ago connected my country to yours. And just a few years after that, these same two leaders led the Department of War to fight another war on our southern border, the Seminole Wars. This time to protect our borders against Indian tribes that trespassed our land, raided our towns, and killed Americans. We ultimately won these battles and transferred the great state of Florida in 1821. And then a mere 2 years later, one of these leaders declared something called the Monroe Doctrine.
Ding, 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 ding. I told you, I was like, wait a second, am I really watching this? Am I really seeing this? Did you guys follow through? Here we are, it's 2026, I'm getting goosey bumps again, and he went all the way through, and what they're doing at this new operation, and he tied it into, you got it, the Monroe Doctrine. If I seem a little excited, it's because I've been following this, I've been digging in, I've been doing some research, which I encourage you to do. I told Ashley, like, you ain't gonna believe what they're doing. Nobody's talking about it. You won't hear it on the news. You won't even hear this speech. And quietly, well, not quietly, they're having speeches. Nobody's paying any attention. Oh, Epstein. Oh, Kristi Noem. And I'm like, you see what he's doing here? Again, troll free. I don't care if you don't agree, But if you disagree, then you're not using your noggin. They're telling you, they're giving you the objective, what the plan is. We want all this. We're taking all of this. And we're going to follow the Monroe Doctrine. It's already on the books. It's never been overturned. Other presidents ignored it. And they just tell, I'm sorry. He just dropped it. And they ain't done yet.
The legacy of then Secretary of War James Monroe, who later became President James Monroe, and Major General Andrew Jackson, who also later became president, defines the challenge that we have before us today. They say history doesn't repeat itself, but it tends to rhyme. And our interest over this shared geography is the same today as it was 200 years ago. Today, the Department of War once again has historic leadership under Secretary Pete Hegseth, committed to working with all of you to secure the Western Hemisphere once and for all.
You get the feeling like we're looking at two different movies. I mean, seriously, when you hear this kind of stuff, and then you see the crap on television, and you see the crap in Washington, which Ashley and I observed up close, you get the feeling that we're missing something here. How are you guys kicking ass over here, and these people can't get anything done? And then you got people on X and Twitter telling us about how we're going to lose the midterms. These guys are conquering and expanding the world for America, and we got these idiots in Washington. Oh, I don't know if we can get the vote done. Something isn't matching here, which is why I'm still excited about 2026 and 2028. And no, I'm not abandoning MAGA because, damn, he's describing MAGA.
Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. I would now like to invite Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and Assistant to the President for Homeland Security, Stephen Miller, to the podium. Sir, the floor is yours.
General Nordhaus, and thank you to my good friend Secretary Hegseth, who I've long admired but I've gotten to know personally in the last number of months, and he is as fine a gentleman and as fierce a warrior as you will ever meet, and we've all learned to put our faith and confidence in his leadership of the War Department, so thank you, Pete. There's been a paradigm shift under President Trump in the Western Hemisphere in the last 14 months. Some of that was touched on by the earlier speakers, but just to restate it, we are not going to cede an inch of territory in this hemisphere to our enemies or our adversaries. Our national security, our homeland security, the safety and well-being of our people begins at home, begins in our neighborhood, begins in our home region. And for too long, we have allowed foreign enemies, foreign adversaries, and enemy terrorist organizations to control territory and spaces in this hemisphere where they can project power, project threats, and directly threaten the lives of your citizens and our citizens.
And as you listen, it keeps saying hemisphere, not America, all this. And this is where Kristi Noem is headed. And so I don't know if she was fired. Well, I know she wasn't fired, but whether or not it's a promotion, I don't think so. That was a cabinet position, but she may have been demoted, but she's walking into working with these guys. Almost like you don't have to worry about all this crap over here. Go down here and kick some butt. And if a couple of terrorists get broke, then that's okay.
And so under the leadership of President Trump, we are using hard power, military power, lethal force to protect and defend the American homeland. Not a single one of your nations should tolerate the existence of a single square mile of territory that is under the control of any entity other than the sovereign governments of your country. The idea that we would have in this hemisphere area that are under the physical control of foreign terrorist organizations, paramilitary organizations, is completely unacceptable. The cartels that operate in this hemisphere are the ISIS and the Al-Qaeda of the Western Hemisphere, and should be treated just as brutally and just as ruthlessly as we treat those organizations. What we have learned after decades of effort is that there's not a criminal justice solution to the cartel problem.
Ah, that one. There is no criminal justice solution. We can't bring these guys to court. We've seen what these liberal judges are doing. We need to wipe them out. And I'm listening to this morning, and it was like, I don't know, 8 o'clock or whatever. And I'm thinking, is nobody saying this? Is nobody hearing exactly what he's saying? Not my words. We're not taking you to court. Where we're taking you, you're not coming back. Lethality. And it, almost like it's beyond the realm of our court system by bringing in these other Caribbean countries and other countries in the Americas. Cuba. Can you imagine if Cuba, we take over in Cuba and we're not sending you to court in New York or Washington, we're sending you to court in Cuba. We're going to send you to one of our other partners here, Venezuela, Cuba. Forget American court system. No. That's not going to, rights. You ain't got no rights.
There are elements of the problem that require a criminal justice solution, to be sure. But just as we fought Al-Qaeda and fought ISIS with the tip of a very lethal spear, the reason why this is a conference with military leadership and not a conference of lawyers is because these organizations can only be defeated with military power.
The military is the only way. How many times have you heard us say this? And they're putting together a coalition of militaries that want to. This is epic. I'm sorry. I'm excited.
And I see some heads nodding up front because they understand. You're dealing with a lot of lawyers in your own country, I'm sure. You have my permission not to listen to them. The key condition of human flourishing, of prosperity, is order and security. A country cannot pursue economic growth, cultural enrichment, art, architecture, education, science, if it doesn't have fundamental security first. And for too long, we've been caught in a vicious cycle in this hemisphere where countries from Mexico down to the tip of South America do not provide their citizens with basic physical security. So those citizens, in search of economic opportunity, illegally immigrate to the United States. They pay the smugglers, they pay the cartels, who then grow richer, who then go more powerful. And then your countries, in turn, become poor because you've lost your citizens, you've lost your human capital, you've lost your opportunities to develop and to grow. So you get poor, the cartels get more powerful, nothing changes, nothing improves. You have to break that cycle. You have to completely sever it. And that begins by dismantling these organizations that deal drugs, deal violence, assassinate, extort, blackmail, and also traffic illegally in human beings. That is a form of terrorism too. Illegal immigration facilitated by criminal networks is a form of terrorism. And those who are stealing your children and stealing your families and stealing your human capital are part of that terrorist continuum and should be thought of as such. It is not a victimless crime when people are paying human smuggling organizations, because that money then fuels assassinations, it fuels violence, it fuels instability, and it continues this cycle. For decades, a lot of organizations were sent to your countries. These are known as NGOs. I think you know the term, non-governmental organizations. And they gave you very, very bad advice for a very, very long time. And basically they told you, in short, that you needed to be softer and gentler and nicer to the criminals, and that you had to demilitarize your approach and extend more rights and more opportunities to the people who are sabotaging and destroying your society. I would make the point to you, as others have pointed out before, including the president of El Salvador, that the West only achieved the place that it did in human history because it spent previous centuries eradicating the criminal elements within its territories. So the West that we came to know, that had the great music and architecture and science and the most powerful economy, It had spent centuries previous to that establishing order first, so that by the time you get, to say 18th century England, 19th century England, there have been centuries of previous history in which ruthless means were used to get rid of the people who were raping and murdering and defying established systems of order and justice. And then when people could live freely and peaceably, and children and families and women could be safe, then it became possible to pursue all of these higher elements of life. So when people who are coming to countries like yours that have had struggles and difficulties and pains and challenges, and they're telling you anything other than first and foremost, secure your countries and your territory, they're giving you not only terrible advice, but advice if someone had come to Europe centuries ago and they had followed that advice, Europe would have never become the Europe that it eventually became. And the reason why many Western countries are struggling today is they've forgotten the eternal truth and wisdoms they once followed. And that's why here under President Trump in America, we are returning to those fundamental truths. We're returning to those fundamental principles. So I'll just close by saying that you will have in President Trump, in the White House, in the Department of War, the Department of State, and the whole of our government, unwavering support, unwavering commitment, and fidelity in achieving this mission, which is very simply to eradicate the criminal cartels and terrorist organizations, to deprive them of control of weapons, spaces, institutions, and territory. And the human rights that we are going to protect are not of the savages that torture and rape and murder. The human rights that we are going to protect are of the peaceable citizens who have an absolute human right to live in physical safety and security every day of their lives. And in that mission, I promise you, we will be your closest partner. Thank you.
He made that entire speech without even looking at a note or a teleprompter. I was looking, I'm like, is there a no, there's no teleprompter. He doesn't have any notes, which means he probably authored all this, and he probably is one of the brainchild behind this entire thing. And the only thing I can tell you at this point is you're going to have to do your own due diligence, because if you continue to be fed by the news, they're feeding you lumpy milk. I'm looking at television right now, and they're talking about this James Tallarico guy who ran against Jasmine Crockett. And I'm like, why the hell do I care about him? We're talking about redefining the boundaries of the world. We're talking about America basically running the Western Hemisphere. We're talking about eradicating, i.e. killing cartels, terrorists, and getting all these countries behind us. We're talking about doing all this with militaries from throughout the Western Hemisphere. And this is where Kristi Noem is going. So I don't know what we call it. In fact, I don't care what we call it. This operation, whatever it's going to be, is going to be epic. It's going to be massive, and it's going to be, I'd say, highly influential, because it's not going to happen just in America. Now, next coming up is obviously Pete Hegseth, and if you thought Stephen Miller did a good job, wait to hear this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct pleasure to introduce our Secretary of War, the Honorable Pete Hegseth.
Well, good morning, everybody. Well, General Donovan and I are pleased to welcome all of you to Southern Command this morning. I'm honored to be the first Secretary of War to lead a hemispheric defense conference like this in more than 30 years. This conference is about you. This conference is about us. This conference is not called the America's Counter-Cartel Conference. It's the America's Counter-Cartel Conference. This is about what we together can do. You know, it's been more than 200 years since our nation struggled for independence from foreign rule. The War of 1812 was about the United States defending its independence and protecting its territory. a 47-year-old Carolinian who was a major general in the Army, as was mentioned, Andrew Jackson, defeated a British army almost double the size. Addressing his troops after victory at the Battle of New Orleans, Jackson declared, "Natives of different states acting together for the first time have reaped the fruits of an honorable union." His success galvanized a young country. In 1816, our country elected a Revolutionary War hero as president. James Monroe fought in the Continental Army, leading a charge against German mercenaries fighting for the British. The enemy fired a musket ball at him. It severed his artery and he almost died. But the young captain rallied and grew to be governor of Virginia, Secretary of War, and one of our greatest presidents. In 1823, President Monroe said that the United States owed the success of that young country to the candor and amicable relations with other powers to affirm our national policy. President Monroe declared, "We should consider any attempt on malign countries to extend their system to any portion of this hemisphere as dangerous to our peace and safety." It was the Monroe Doctrine.
Come on. You see, when I put my shows together, it's because I know where I'm going with something. And I know a lot of people just probably don't remember or even never heard of the Monroe Doctrine. And so I wanted to show that early because now it should start, light bulbs are going, boom. Oh, in fact, some of you may say, I need to rewind and watch that part from earlier this afternoon, because now you've got the Secretary of War, as you had a couple other people talking about the Monroe Doctrine. It must be important. It must be so important that President Trump decided he was going to make it a pillar of his presidency. And if you haven't looked on the website, he did that. He called it the Trump Corollary, part of the Monroe Doctrine. And now Pete is, basically quoting President Monroe.
Of 1823. And today, some 200 years later, we still marvel at the wisdom of President Monroe's declaration. We, like you, want borders and sovereign territories that are secure. We want unfettered access to key terrain and trade so that our nations can industrialize. And we want to prevent external powers from threatening our peace and independence in our shared neighborhood. This is the essence of the Monroe Doctrine. No external power will interfere in this hemisphere. Ours should be a region of strong, sovereign nations. It's the same principle that animates President Trump's defense approach today. President Trump and his Department of War are ushering in a new era of homeland and hemispheric defense, rooted in the unique heritage of our nation and your nations. Under President Trump, we restored the Department of War. You see, the Department of War was established by General George Washington and served our nation from its founding through our hard-fought victory in World War II. Many of your countries also once had ministries of war. Under President Trump, our nation has a newfound resolve that our founders would recognize, as Stephen alluded to and spoke to. They would recognize it, and they would appreciate it. We are at long last putting America, Americans, and the Americas first, ensuring peace through strength and restoring common sense. At our department, we're doing it by restoring the warrior ethos, rebuilding our military to historic levels, and reestablishing deterrence in this hemisphere and around the world. For too long, leaders in Washington and their foreign policy functionaries abandoned the simple wisdom of the Monroe Doctrine. They were consumed with the United States only going abroad. They ignored the warnings of President John Quincy Adams, who said that if our nation went overseas only in search of monsters to destroy, that we would cease to be the ruler of our own spirit and our own backyard. Under previous leaders, we grew obsessed with every other theater and every other border in the world except our own. These elites reduced our power and presence in this hemisphere, opting for a benign neglect that was anything but benign. In your countries, Many leaders accepted the status quo to coexist with narco-terrorism, or for a law enforcement alone approach that failed to deter and dismantle threats. Same happened in our country under the previous administration. And the result of this collective neglect was fatal. More than 1 million Americans were killed by fentanyl, cocaine, and other drugs. Numbers greater than any casualties we've sustained in war. Millions of illegal aliens invaded our borders and destabilized nations across the hemisphere. Under Joe Biden's administration, the human smuggling industry exploded by more than 2,000%, from a $500 million so-called industry in 2018 to $13 billion by 2022. Cartels of terrorists across our hemisphere, enabled by adversaries, created and profited from chaos. What creates chaos? No leadership creates chaos. In our nation, narco-terrorist groups like Tren de Aragua prospered. They raped, they poisoned, they murdered innocent Americans. They terrorized our cities, our towns, and our neighborhoods like they do yours. Across this region, these gangsters control and terrorize large swaths of your territories, kill thousands of your people, and promote chaos that makes normal life sometimes almost impossible. Crime has spiked massively. Our hemisphere has 1/8 of the population, yet 1/3 of the violent crime. There's a reason for that. America's retreat from protecting its citizens and the complacency of many neighbors in this hemisphere was a great betrayal. That's what it was, a great betrayal against our people and our nations. Well, President Trump recognizes the wisdom of the Monroe Doctrine, and the days of us betraying and endangering our own citizens are finished. President Trump has reestablished the Monroe Doctrine, the Trump corollary of.
Now, see, if you're not familiar with the Trump corollary, did he just drop something that you haven't heard before? You're like, what the hell is this Trump corollary thing? What exactly is that? See, you probably didn't know because nobody reported it. Well, actually, I did. But I'm going to show it to you right now, again, what the Trump corollary is. Let me just show this to you because, again, you probably didn't see it. Nobody probably reported it. There was this, let me move that comment real quick so I can show you this stuff. Again, in my previous video where I was talking about the Monroe Doctrine, I was talking to you about what exactly President Trump had said on December 2nd. And so this proclamation was posted on whitehouse.gov on December 2nd. And in it here, you can see the date, December 2nd, 2025. Nobody saw it, nobody heard of it, and the media didn't cover it. And he says, on December 22nd, 1823, the doctrine of American sovereignty was immortalized in prose when President James Monroe declared before the nation a simple truth that has echoed through the ages. The United States will never waver in defense of our homeland, our interests, or well-being of our citizens. Today, my administration proudly reaffirms this promise under a new, quote, Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, that the American people, not foreign nations, nor globalist institutions, will always control their own destiny in our hemisphere. And this was when he first started talking about the Western Hemisphere, and it was all the way back in December. And he's gone on. He goes, more than 2 centuries ago, President Monroe proclaimed before the United States Congress what is today known as the legendary Monroe Doctrine. And I urge you, it's pretty, you can go here and dig in and read, but it's talking about the Panama Canal. It's talking about how you can fight against fascism and foreign infringement. And through this whole thing, how he's going to instill the Trump corollary, which is Pete now here in February talking about it. And many people are hearing Pete say this. And they're like, what the hell is he talking about? Well, he laid the foundation a long time ago. And it's right there. My administration is also halting the flow of deadly drugs flowing through Mexico, ending the invasion of illegal aliens along our southern border, and here we go, dismantling narco-terrorist networks all across the Western Hemisphere to defend our nation's workers and industries. I recently secured historic trade deals with El Salvador, Argentina, Ecuador, Guatemala, allowing greater and more streamlined market access, reinvigorated by the Trump corollary. The Monroe Doctrine is alive and well, and American leadership is coming roaring back stronger than ever before. And this document has sat on whitehouse.gov, excuse me, and most people have never even seen it. And so now fast forward to February, and you've watched them blow up boats in the Caribbean. You've watched them do all kinds of things. You've seen them snatch Maduro. You've seen what happened yesterday or the day before in Ecuador. It's being done. It's happening. And now today, this speech is basically putting the exclamation mark after it. And you heard Stephen Miller. This is happening. And what role Kristi Noem is going to play in this, I don't know, but this is where she's going. So I'm not accepting that she was fired. I may accept demoted, but I don't care if she's demoted. If she can make stuff work here, fine with me.
The Monroe Doctrine, or if you'd like, for short, you can just call it the Monroe Doctrine. Under President Trump, securing America's interest in the Western Hemisphere and keeping our homeland safe are our top national security priorities. The President's historic national defense strategy ensures that the Department of War will prioritize resources around the threats and objectives that are core to homeland defense and the people and prosperity of the American people. And to start, the Department of War is once again defending our borders as a priority of our national defense. With our law enforcement partners, we are defending our borders and making our streets safe again. Crossings at our southern border, at the U.S.-Mexico border, have dropped to the lowest number in history. Murders nationwide have plummeted by more than 20%. We now have operational control of our southern border. 0 people are crossing our southern border. We will not rest until we have complete operational control of every inch of all of our borders. So it starts with us. We're addressing it, but we're not stopping there. Under President Trump, for the first time in history, the Department of War is on the offense against narco-terrorists as well. I should back up a step, though. In order to get 100% operational control of our border, we didn't just look at Border Patrol and say, that's your job. It's a law enforcement function. We deployed the United States military. Right now, the Division Command of the 101st Airborne is in operational control of the southern border. We ensured that the most capable assets we had in our country were deployed to our own border to defend that border against the narco-terrorists and drug dealers seeking to enter our country, not treating it simply as a law enforcement function, working with our partners, but recognizing it's a core military function. But going on offense with Operation Southern Spear has restored deterrence against the narco-terrorist cartels that profited from poisoning Americans. Last month, we went a few weeks without targeting a single boat. Why? Well, because we couldn't find a whole lot of boats to sink. And that's the whole point, is to establish deterrence from narco-terrorists who have been able to traffic almost unfettered. And if the consequence was simply to be arrested and then released, well, that's a consequence they'd already priced in a long time ago. A new dynamic had to be put in motion in order for their decision cycle to change. And when adversaries are forced to move out of comfortable positions, as you know, as military men and women, they're more vulnerable when they're moving in a different direction, which is also the point. Drug overdoses that kill our citizens have dropped. Flows of fentanyl, a weapon of mass destruction, are down 56%. We will continue to destroy these threats. In January, U.S. forces raided and arrested the most dangerous house and the most dangerous compound inside the most fortified fort in the capital city of Caracas of 2 indicted individuals, Nicolas Maduro and his wife, fugitives of the U.S. law. Operation Absolute Resolve showed the bravery
of America's best, our warfighters. Nobody can do what the United States of America can do. It's not even close. President Trump has shown what is possible when you reject the status quo delusion that threats to our homeland and our hemisphere are somehow secondary. America is prepared to take on these threats and go on the offense alone if necessary. However, it is our preference, and it is the goal of this conference, that in the interest of this neighborhood, we all do it together with you, with our neighbors and with our allies who are eager and willing and capable. To do this, to work together, we must first acknowledge what was lost and then understand what needs to be restored. All the nations represented in this room are offsprings of Western civilization. Our nations are and always will be united by our heritage, our history, and geography in this new world. We share the same interests. And because of this, we face an essential test. Whether our nations will be and remain Western nations with distinct characteristics, Christian nations under God. Proud of our shared heritage with strong borders and prosperous people ruled not by violence and chaos, but by law, order, and common sense. Or whether we are permanently torn apart by something else, led astray by competing forces, radical narco-communism and anarcho-tyranny, which threaten our people, borders, and sovereign lands in the name of a false sovereignty or a false peace. Uncontrolled mass migration, which overwhelms domestic resources intended for deserving citizens and drives unchecked crime and unchecked violence. Or the belief in so-called globalism that seeks to erase our distinct national identities in the name of tolerance, erase our borders in the name of compassion, and erase our warrior ethos and that which makes us strong in the name of so-called diversity and political correctness. One of the dumbest phrases in military history, which used to be echoed from the former Defense Department in the previous administration, they would say it over and over and over again, was our diversity is our strength. It's the single dumbest phrase in military history. Because what is our strength is our unity. Our strength is in our shared purpose, in the training we do together, the capabilities we have to do, we can do together. In our context, the Constitution we swear an oath to defend together, the uniform we wear together. That is our strength. We reject other notions and offer a new choice. We must defend our national interest and restore our national identities. Otherwise, the outcome is the same. Our hemisphere will be poorer, more dangerous, and weaker. This matters not because we seek to preach to you about culture wars or ideologies, or to tell you how to run your countries. We're not here to tell you how to run your countries. Instead, it matters how we assess the threats facing us and the choices that we make on how to overcome them. That is what will define our destiny. President Trump understands that today's threats to border security and key terrain in our hemisphere are existential questions for our nation and for all of yours. When adversaries conduct incursions in this hemisphere, off the coast of a U.S. state, Alaska, or off the coast of Greenland, or in the Gulf of America, or the Caribbean, that is a direct threat to the United States homeland.
Bingo. He just took the Monroe Doctrine and said, this is what we're going to do. If you come here and come in any country that's even in the Western Hemisphere, we are going to take it as an attack on the United States. And so moving forward, if that is going to be the ideology, which has always been the ideology, just was never enforced, that's going to be a huge difference. Maybe that's why nobody wants to talk about it, because the thing with this is they can't change it. It's been a law for 200 years. It's just been sitting there collecting dust and mothballs because no president had the cojones to actually enforce it.
And to peace in this hemisphere. When adversaries control ports or infrastructure along strategic choke points for U.S. and hemispheric trade, such as the Panama Canal, or install military facilities just miles off our shore, that is a threat to the United States homeland
and peace to this hemisphere. When terrorist killers and cartels capture strategic infrastructure, resources, and entire towns or cities close to U.S. borders and U.S. shores, or profit from mass illegal migration, that is a threat to the United States homeland and a threat to all of you as well, to the Americas. The same adversaries that threaten our shared heritage threaten our shared geography as well. They seek to displace the historic North-South relationship that we've always shared with some sort of a new global South that excludes the United States and other Western nations, but includes non-Western powers and other adversaries. The answer to our challenge is not to ignore our geography in the name of global interests, but to embrace our shared geography in the name of national interests. That is why President Trump has drawn a new strategic map from Greenland to the Gulf of America to the Panama Canal and its surrounding countries. At the Department of War, we call this strategic map the Greater North America. Why? Because every sovereign nation and territory north of the equator, from Greenland to Ecuador and from Alaska to Guyana, is not part of the global South. It is our immediate security perimeter in this great neighborhood that we all live in. Each one of these countries border either the North Atlantic or the North Pacific. Each one of these countries sits north of the two basic geographic barriers that exist in this region, the Amazon and the Andes Mountains. This is basic geography that we don't teach in schools as much as we should. And it restores our North-South relations, and we must get it right. In the North, the United States must enhance posture and presence in cooperation with you and our sovereign partners to defend our shared immediate security perimeter. In the South, meaning south of the equator, the other side of this great neighborhood, we will strengthen partnerships through increased burden sharing. This will enable you to take a greater role to defend the South Atlantic and the South Pacific, and to secure critical infrastructure and resources in partnership with us and other Western nations. This is what we did in World War II, just like we sunk ships with torpedoes in World War II. At the Department of War, we called it the quarter sphere defense. And we will do this again. If we're serious about our national security, and if we prioritize geography, business as usual will not stand. This means that for every country in this hemisphere, border security must be your top priority. Border security is national security. President Trump said it when he first started to run. You're not a country if you don't have borders, and he's right. President Trump sealed our border by directing the military to mobilize resources and personnel to stop invasion by cartels and other criminal actors. You can do this as well, and many of you have. This also means that you too can and must go on the offense against narco-terrorists. We've had great collaboration with many countries in recent months, and I want to thank every country in this room that has supported our access to find, fix, and finish cartel targets. We have only just begun to work with you. More must be done by you and by us to target narco-terrorist groups across all domains. We will dismantle narco-terrorist networks in this hemisphere, and we will deny access to the state adversaries who support them. We will correct the mistakes of the past, the mistakes of the so-called global South. I want to thank General Donovan, who has been an excellent partner and a great new leader here at Southern Command. One of the great mistakes of the past was that our leaders didn't provide the U.S. Southern Command with the support that it needed. It was a command chock full of lawyers and social workers and NGOs, law enforcement. That's changing. General, I'm directing my team to correct these historic failures, to ensure that your command has the resources and staff that you need for this robust mission ahead. It's the least we can do. I want to, absolutely, thank you. It's about time. But it's not just us at the Department of War, and it's not just Southern Command. This is across the Trump administration. This is across the Department of War as well. Stephen Miller, thank you for your support and your leadership, for your clarity, understanding why this matters to each American citizen, and why the War Department is central to ensuring that it happens. It doesn't happen without President Trump, and it doesn't happen without your clarity and your leadership. I want to thank General Nordhaus as well for your support at every level. There's so many to thank. I see Corey Lewandowski here from the Department of Homeland Security. It doesn't happen without the Department of Homeland Security. Of course, Joseph Humeyer, the other part of the new bromance between him and General Donovan. Eric Garrissey, who from day one in my office, he was my first sergeant in Iraq, he's one of my senior advisors. Day one, he worked at Southcom for a long time, said, we need to be focused on the cartel threat. And he built a team to help put us in that direction, a lot of which manifests to this day. Patrick Weaver, Phil Hegseth, who I happen to know, and Ricky Berea, my chief, for doing a great job putting this together. Tony Salisbury, thank you. So many folks that every single day in Washington, I hope you know, are working hard to run as fast as you are, to stand alongside you in this mission. This is not a conference with flags so we can pat ourselves on the back. I can tell you that if I sold that to President Trump as the objective, he'd kick me out of his office. This is an operational conference to bring our countries more closely together to achieve a shared objective, and do so aggressively. This is not a one-way street. Every partner in this region has to do more and invest more in your security as well. We, like you, want a hemisphere of sovereign, secure, and prosperous nations. We, like you, want what another great American president, Teddy Roosevelt, called the permanent peace on this hemisphere, and it will require action from all of us. You know, our schools used to teach American school children about our blessed history. Every child in grade school grew up knowing the remarkable story of this country. They knew that President James Monroe was once an orphan, that at a mere 16 years old, he had to look after his siblings. I've got an almost 16-year-old. He couldn't look after anything. It's remarkable. Well, that orphan grew to be not just one of the greatest presidents, but one of our greatest Americans. After his presidency, when his wife died and he became frail and ill with heart failure, but he still spoke about what he called our shared cause of liberty. Still talked about the toils and the perils of our war for independence. James Monroe, our 7th president, died on July 4th, the 4th of July, Independence Day, 1831, 50 years after 1776. What I like to say is, here at the Department of War, we're in the 1775 business, which is when Americans took up arms before they even declared independence. All of you are also in the 1775 business. Without the force of arms, without our militaries, we cannot keep our country safe. That's my responsibility, and it is yours. With Donald Trump in the Oval Office and with all of you here, we can still realize that long ago dream of James Monroe in our time. We will make the Americas great again. Thank you, and God bless you.
So at the end of this, hope you guys watched it and stood this long. Are you in 1775 mode? Because that's what he just said. And throughout that entire three or four speeches, they continually talked about the Monroe Doctrine and basically owning the Western Hemisphere. And nobody wants to talk about that in the news. I don't even see many podcasters talking about it. And I watch that, and that's what gets me fired up. It gets me fired up because I understand the stuff I see on TV is not what President Trump's agenda is. The stuff I see on TV is they're filling time and they're throwing pablum at you. It's very hard. Ashley will tell you, I get up sometimes, I'm like, I don't have anything to talk about today. Maybe we just don't do a show. Because I don't want to keep just regurgitating the same BS. I want to leave you with some sort of drive, some sort of, fire when you're like, okay, I see all this crazy stuff happening and you're going to keep pounding us with it. But there's a reason why it seems like President Trump has some peace about him. There's a reason why he can keep going, where we all look and wonder, how is this guy at his age keeping up this kind of a schedule? He's got a plan. One of the things the media keeps doing over and over and over, Trump doesn't have a plan. He's doing this stuff willy-nilly. He doesn't know what he's doing. And I sit back and go, I follow the breadcrumbs. I see what he posts. I go back, I do the research, I read about it, and I'm like, the plan is just maybe too advanced for you people. They're not seeing it. And that's why I contend that I'm not worried about the 2026 elections. I'm not worried about 2028, because like I said to that pollster, how do you know what's going to happen tomorrow? Did you know that Doug Burgum would be sitting at the palace in Venezuela talking about a minerals deal with the new president there? Nope, you didn't know that. Did you know that Pete Hegseth would be down here in Miami meeting with all the countries in the Caribbean and Latin America and saying, let's get together, we're all going to make this happen? Did you know that President Trump would be smiling at an event with some soccer players talking about, yeah, Cuba, yeah, you're going to be happy in a couple weeks? It just keeps happening, and I just feel like they want to get our attention off the ball. They don't want us seeing what's happening, and a lot of people fall for it. I see people in the chat going, oh, this and that and the other thing. I'm like, you don't get it. You don't get it. This is why Trump was saying, it's a hoax. I don't want to pay attention to this, because it's taken away my focus. And Christy, Noem, and Corey Lewandowski, and all that kind of stuff. Just move her and have her work with Pete over here in this new operation. She's well suited for that. Oh, but she's fired. And I'm like, I haven't heard him say that. He never said the word fired. And like I said earlier, she obviously still had her badge. She still had her code. She's still on the computers. Every time I've been fired, they're like, hey, give me your badge. Have a nice day. And many of you said the same thing. But I think there's something else that drives President Trump, or at least it has become something that drives President Trump. It may not have always been that way, but I want to show you a video SV sent me of what happened today before he went to the soccer event. Before he went and talked to Leo Messi and the guy from Cuba who owns Inter Miami, this is what President Trump was doing.
We are honored to come before your presence today, lifting up the arms of our president. We pray for your continued blessing and favor to rest upon him. We pray for wisdom from heaven to flood his heart, his mind, and Lord, you will guide him in these challenging times that we're facing today. I pray for your grace and your protection over him. Yes. I pray for your grace and protection over our troops and all of our men and women serving in our armed forces. Yes. And Father, we just pray you'll continue to give our president the strength that he needs to lead our great nation as we come back to one nation under God, yes, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We pray your heavenly blessing upon him in Jesus' name. Amen.
Ain't gonna see that on the news either. No, you can't be seeing that. You can't be seeing that. So I hope you guys enjoyed today, and I hope you do some personal homework and look at some things and dig into the Trump corollary, dig into the Monroe Doctrine. Get yourself educated on news that President Trump and Pete Hegseth and Stephen Miller are working on. I think if we turn off or at least lessen the effect of mainstream news, you're going to find out a whole bunch of more stuff that's probably going to surprise you, because some of you, some of you have heard me talk about the Monroe Doctrine. I was amazed when I did the poll, and it said that 70% or 60% hadn't heard it. This is something we can begin spreading. This is something that we can be talking to our friends and our family members and saying, we used to think this way. We just need to get back to that. All right, so let me look at super chats here. Let me put it in the window. There's my doggy in the window. Okay, so let's go right here and start talking to you guys. George Rivera, he thinks she was promoted. Consider Tom Homan when he was, quote, fired as per the media. I don't know why they jumped to that so quickly. And like I played the first 9 minutes, nobody mentioned what Pete Hegseth and Stephen Miller were doing down here in Miami, in which, by the way, President Trump will be down here this weekend. And you heard him talking about, hey, something's coming. Mark Wayne, Johnny says Mark Wayne is a solid dude. I agree. Johnny Bravo, Christie is a patriot, not an extremist. Exactly. N1, Jim, I bet she just got promoted. I mean, you go from a cabinet position to an envoy, so I guess I don't think it's a promotion, but it's a damn good job. Cutting edge. Christie is going to replace the DEA. The reason is that my country, the Dominican Republic, the entire department was corrupt, and she will implement part of the Monroe Doctrine down in DR. Wow. Jennifer, would the Monroe Doctrine cover the Muslims that are working on their MAGA city? It sure would. It sure would. Anyone, Jim, how can we lose the midterms if all the Dems are in prison? Good question. Geosop, do you think Delcy Rodriguez from Venezuela was a plan of the U.S. put next to Maduro to be able to oversee everything he was doing? I don't know when she was named his vice president or whatever, but obviously it could have been. I don't know how long she's been here. I'll look that up. Mariah, incredible breadcrumbs, Barry. President Trump never stops and does not miss anything. And what was really weird, this event or whatever it was here in Miami, I always check at night, about 9 or 10 o'clock. I see what the next day is. I didn't see it on any schedule. And then I happened to click something and I told Ashley, I said, Pete Hegseth is talking about something today. And I had to listen and went, what? Chiosep, some people think that one person to win, somebody has to lose. That's why they don't understand President Trump is setting up a win-win situation, especially with these countries in the Caribbean. Cutting edge. Colombia is helping us literally to eliminate or arrest cartels in Ecuador. Wow, that's big. Danny, I have a close loved one in Delta leaving soon. I don't know when or where, but please send prayers. Oh, getting shipped out. Yeah, for sure. Rich Butler, thank you. Very love your show. Thank you. Vince, America, yes. Macon Blankenship, hello. Christy and Corey never admitted to the relationship. I believe them. Yeah, I know it's been just a rumor, so that's why I didn't report on it. John, Iran has blinked. We have the hope the missiles and drones stop soon. Thanks from John and Diane Villamoret. John, I got your email and your Bible is in a box right there, ready to go. Tania, Barry, we have it so good with our amazing president, and I cherish him, but I worry what will happen to us when his term is over. That's another thing. That's why he's got to get done what he's planning. He's got to assure us that what he's doing right now isn't for naught. So I got to believe he's got that under control as well. Hockey grips, POTUS doesn't appear to be panicking. Nope, not at all. I mean, not at all. He looked fine and happy. Lady Trucker, thank you, Barry, for astonishing news update. I truly enjoyed the Monroe Doctrine. Great history lesson. Yeah, like I said, I like to give you information that you too can go and read about. Mary, can you post them in Monroe Doctrine? Okay, I can put that up, that cut. Absolutely. It's actually longer than the piece I did, so I'll have to find it. Model, thank you. John, Barry, I really want to personally thank you for all your real estate tips and push to prosper. In just 3 months, I have an endless supply of wholesale deals and 3 investors that give me 100% financing for both the purchase and rehab. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Congratulations. Thank you. And congratulations. Jim again. I wish I could serve with Lieutenant Pete. It's just TGM Adler. People are so far gone that when the Antichrist comes to power, they will blindly follow, amazed by his miracles. A lot of blinded people out there right now. Let's see here. North Minnesota. Pete did end his speech with the words, "We will make the Americas great again." He did, for sure. Good listening. Carolyn, great show. Got chills hearing the Monroe Doctrine, the Monroe Don Doctrine. Dems are playing T-ball. Our president is Babe Ruth. I believe that. Emma, thank you, Barry. Learning so much. Thank you. You're welcome. Eric Tate. Hello, Eric. Nice to see you. Thank you very much. And Cutting Edge. I think the thing I like the most is he called the NGOs terrorist organizations. Indeed. All right, everybody. Thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you got some information that you find worthwhile. Share it with some people so they understand what the heck is going on. Got a late super chat. Hold on a second. This one just came in from Leon. Does that say Leon? Yeah, Leon. Love it. Can't wait for what's coming. Nobody can stop what is coming. I agree. All right. Talk to you guys tomorrow.